Currently, our advertising platforms have been suspended without any reason. This is a difficult time for us. We will continue to work hard and dedicate ourselves to you, but we also greatly need your support. The funds that you donate through Give Send Go are the main source of money for us to continue covering expenses. If you find value in what we are doing, please continue to support and accompany us by selecting the monthly donate package for us via Give Send Go at the link below. Restored Republic relies solely upon donations from people like you to keep our site functional and free to use. Make America great again. God bless America. God bless us all.
Corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters. The deep state now is panicking like we've never seen before. Every day that passes, and Trump continually removes everything that they put into place, the panic, the fear is becoming real. And you could see with the latest event in Iran, we shouldn't even call it a war because there was no war. It was an event. Because once again, what is Trump doing? Step back, take a look at the 40,000-foot view. He's removing the deep state players. Everything that they put into place, he's removing them. All the fear, all the scare tactics that they used on we the people, he is now shutting it down. He's removing the state-funded terrorists. He's removing the intelligence that they've been receiving. He's removing the intelligence from those individuals within D.C. He's removing their funding. He's removing everything that made them the deep state. And what we're now witnessing is that with this latest event, Trump was able to see the board once again. He was able to see those individuals that were loyal to him, that trusted him, and those individuals that turned on him in a moment's notice. It's amazing what fear does. When you start to see certain things and you're like, well, if he's not going to do what I want, well, he's out. I don't like it now. Actually, it pushes people into showing you who they truly are. Instead of trusting the individual that you voted for, trusting the individual that was going to take this country back. And what's very interesting is when you watch Trump and you actually look at what he does, he uses the art of war, or as he would like to say, the art of the deal. And for him to actually establish the deal, he needs to establish leverage. He needs to make sure that he has the upper hand and the enemy is at its weakest point, or the person that he's dealing with is at their weakest point. So how do you get leverage over a deep state country? You have to weaken them. You have to take what they have and destroy it. It gives you the leverage. It gives you the strength. Remember, the other presidents, they were part of the system. Trump now is establishing strength. Remember, peace through strength. You can't have peace unless you have the strength, unless you have the leverage. How do you get the leverage? You can't be wishy-washy. You can't sit back. You have to show the world, and the world is watching, your strength. Listen, we're going to destroy you. We're going to remove everything that you have. We're going to remove your nuclear uranium enrichment system. And we're going to make it so you can't do anything. You can't say, hey, we're going to attack you. We're going to create a nuclear bomb. We're going to do any of these things. This is what the deep state has used for a very, very long time. All that is gone. They don't have the leverage. Who has the leverage? Trump has the leverage. Can Trump now say, listen, this is what I want from you. I want an unconditional surrender. Do you think they're going to do it? Of course they are. They're at their weakest point. They don't have anything else to fight back with. Actually, the last part of this, when you saw Iran fire the missiles, it was part of the show. They warned Qatar. They warned all the different areas that this is what's going to happen because they needed to save face on the world stage. We saw this going back to when Trump took out Soleimani. Iran fired missiles at the U.S. base, and they told Trump, we're not going to hit the base. We're going to, make the missiles land around the base. And this way, we can negotiate. The same thing just happened now. The same thing happened where now Trump can work with Iran. And I do believe maybe down the line, there will be regime change. Now, of course, not the regime change. And I think this is why Trump said, this is a word or a taboo word that nobody likes to use called regime change. But this is not the regime change of the neocons, of the deep state players, where they come in, they take over the countries, bloodshed everywhere, they install their puppet government. I do believe moving forward, we're going to see a peaceful change of leadership in Iran. And I do believe this is going to be part of the deal that Trump now is going to negotiate. So there was no war. There's no World War III that everyone was talking about. All we're going to see now is peace. Now, this doesn't mean the deep state players aren't going to try to retaliate. Remember, Trump has now obliterated the deep state, and he used that word specifically. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. Specifically in Iran, obliterated the deep state there. That doesn't mean the deep state in other places where they might try to do something, maybe with the illegals that they brought in, the terrorists that they brought in, the Iranian terrorists that they brought in. They might try to do something. They might even try to use a cyber attack and blame it on Iran or maybe another country. And this is why I do believe DHS put out a warning saying that be careful, something might occur because the deep state right now, they're panicking. Fear is setting in. And what happens when you back a wild animal into a corner? Well, they come out and they try to scratch, they try to bite, they try to do whatever they possibly can to get out of the corner. This is what the deep state is doing right now. And you can see they are now in trouble. Trump has all the leverage, and he's going to use this leverage. And you can see the deep state, they're getting weaker and weaker every day that passes. And what he's going to do, he's going to force the D's to defend the indefensible, everything. And that's what they're doing right now. They're defending everything the people don't want, which means those individuals, even the rhinos, even those people that say they're MAGA, they're going to be primaried. They're going to be removed during the midterms. We have to remember, Trump is setting this up because he understands to take control, to have, once again, the leverage to make deals, to get things done. You need to have the deep state at their weakest point. Having the D's and the rhinos and all those people that are going to stand in your way in the House or in the Senate doesn't work. So all of this is based around removing these individuals. And yes, what we're seeing, yes, is the obliteration of the deep state players, the removal of the deep state players, removal of their intelligence, removal of their funding, removal of everything that they put into place. And once we remove them from the House and the Senate, Trump then has complete leverage over it all. And the deep state at this point is finished. And when you have your enemy so weak, so afraid, you can actually go after them. What do you think Trump's going to do? He's going to go after them. Now, of course, he's not going to be going around saying, I'm arresting you. He's going to have the DOJ. He's going to have the FBI. He's going to have prosecutors, attorney generals in other states. You're going to see indictments like crazy. Because once again, there's no fear of the deep state retaliating. You took it all away from them. The only thing I do believe they probably have left is individuals within this country where they can create riots so they can escape. That, I do believe, will be their final performance that we will witness. In between that period of time and now, we might see another scare event, just like we saw here. Because remember, we're now removing the deep state. We're removing everything that they put into place. And of course, they don't want to leave. They don't want to lose all of this. So they will do whatever they possibly can, and they will become desperate in the end, which means there might be a cyber attack. There might be a scared nuke event. I'm not saying these things are going to happen, but we always need to be on the lookout that maybe something like this might occur. And it doesn't mean that we'll have blackouts and the internet will be down for years to come. It means they might try, but again, they will fail. Because Trump and the Patriots, they know the playbook. They know exactly what they're doing. So when you see these type of things, don't get scared. Don't get worried. Don't think that, oh, Trump is going off and he's going to be, he's going to become a rhino. He's going to become a neocon. He's going with the deep state players. He's not doing that at all. He's using what they have already put into place, and he's using it against them to get the leverage. And sometimes you have to do this also to see the board. So we'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with all these illegals in this country, because you could see the deep state players, they're trying to keep the illegals in this country. And like we said before, they're probably going to try to use these illegals and Antifa and the rest to create riots when they need it, when they need to escape. And what's very interesting, and Eyal Yacobi put this out, said just one day after being released from ICE, Syrian national Mahmoud Khalil is back on the streets of New York City, leading a protest with chants of globalize the intifada. So basically, he's back protesting. This individual who's a guest in this country, he's back to what he's doing. Julie Kelly says he missed his newborn anchor baby so much he had to go out and protest. So he's in this country as a guest, and he's against America. Very interesting. Julie Kelly also put this out. Unbelievable. A Tennessee magistrate judge denied Trump DOJ motion to detain Maryland dad Kilmar Abrigo Garcia on federal charges of drug and human smuggling. Judge Barbara Holmes goes to great lengths to defend Abrigo, his preferred surname, she said, from DOJ's allegations and his alleged due process rights, and considering the ease with which D.C. judges routinely denied releases of January 6ers indicted on nonviolent offenses. Holmes said, but the foundation of the administration of our criminal law depends on the bedrock of due process. That due process demands that every person charged with a federal crime be afforded a presumption of innocence unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the deprivation of an individual's liberty prior to trial can occur only in carefully limited circumstances with all the procedural safeguards afforded by the Bail Reform Act. This guy's not even a citizen. He's a citizen of El Salvador. He's not a citizen of the United States. Let me continue. Abrigo, like every person arrested on federal criminal charges, is entitled to a full and fair determination of whether he must remain in federal custody pending trial. The court will give Abrigo the due process that he is guaranteed. Well done, Chief Justice Roberts. Per Justice Department official, he will stay in Marshall's custody until Wednesday, and then even if released, he stays in ICE custody. Translation: Garcia will not be walking the streets again. So yes, these judges might say, you're free to go. But the DOJ ICE is saying, absolutely not. Again, you came into this country illegally, and you're going to be removed. You're going to be detained. And once again, like we said, these people are here illegally. They broke the law. They're not citizens. The Constitution does not cover them. So once again, we can see where these judges stand. And this is what Trump is showing we, the people. He's showing the people, look, do you see the deep state system? Do you see them for who and what they are? And every day that passes, and as these people defend these illegals, because they need these illegals, they need it for cheating in the election, they need it for the riots, they need it for whatever they need it for to actually work, the crops and all that other stuff they've been talking about. But once again, this is what the people are now seeing, and the people, they're rejecting all this. Even the D's are rejecting this. So in the end, this is not going to go the way the deep state, the D's, think it's going to go, because the people are not going to be going along with this. And as time goes on, the people are going to see the truth of the matter. And it's getting worse and worse for the Ds. I do believe their approval rating is going to be probably down in the single digits when all's said and done. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the U.S. House right now, Disclosed TV put this out, is now banning the WhatsApp from lawmakers' phones. They're citing a potential security risk involved with its use. So that is very, very interesting. I wonder who's listening. Didn't Facebook buy WhatsApp and it's supposed to be an encrypted system? How much you want to bet all the deep state players have all the encryption keys and they're monitoring the conversations? And I do believe this is why the House said, you know what, they can't use this. I think none of the House members, none of the Senate, they should not use any of their own phones, any of these type of apps. Anytime they're doing business, it should be on a secured phone. And this is very, very interesting how this is all playing out. And actually, we should probably change out the apps that the deep state has been using for a very long time. Probably should be new ones, and this way they don't have any access to them. But let's see how this all plays out. This will be very interesting moving forward, because I do believe we'll probably find out that, yes, the deep state players, they've been eavesdropping on all the individuals in the House and the Senate. Now, the other thing that we could see that the deep state players, they're losing their grip on gun control. And in the big, beautiful bill, actually, this shuts down everything that they've been trying to do in regards to gun control. And out in Texas right now, Governor Abbott, he signed a bill removing short barrel rifles from Texas prohibited weapons list. So everything that they put together over a long period of time, it's all being undone. And I do believe that most of the laws, probably almost 100% of them, they are probably completely unconstitutional in this country in regards to gun control. And just think about this. Let me read the First Amendment here, and then I'll read the Second Amendment. Congress shall make no law representing an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. So Congress shall make no law that will shut any of these down, violate this amendment, or of the press or of the right of people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So that's the First Amendment. The Second Amendment says the following. A well-regulated militia. Now, it doesn't mean regulated from the government. Regulated means trained people militia. The militia was not the National Guard. The militia was not the armed forces. It was the everyday person. So a well-trained, that's what regulated means. It doesn't mean regulations. Doesn't mean the government's going to regulate you. It means a well-trained individual with their weapon, being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, from all the Federalist Papers and from the past history, basically, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Keep and have a weapon, which means you can carry the weapon. Arms is any weapon. They didn't say, hey, you can have a musket, you can have a shotgun, because our founding fathers knew that arms change over time. So they put these in place, and this one says shall not be infringed, which means do not violate this amendment. And the first one says you make no law and violate the First Amendment. So with the Second Amendment, with all these things that they put into place, you can have this weapon, you can't have that weapon. You have to have a license, you have to have a permit, you have to do all these different things. Can you imagine if you took that same thing and you applied it to the First Amendment? Oh, wait, you want to speak freely in New Jersey, let's say? You will need a permit. I mean, isn't that what they're doing with the Second Amendment? Oh, if you would like to say these certain words, you will need a word permission license to do this. Basically, this is what they're doing to the Second Amendment. And it sounds ridiculous when you say it, when you are talking about the First Amendment, but this is what they did with the Second Amendment. So everything that they put into place, everything that they've done here, it all has to be removed. And we need to go back to the roots. We need to go back to the Constitution. And let's see if this all happens with Trump, which I do believe it's going to, because I do believe once we've put these individuals in that follow the rule of law, follow the Constitution, follow the history of the Constitution, I do believe they're going to find many, many, many of these laws They are completely and utterly unconstitutional. Remember, the deep state players, they continually put all this in place and they uphold these laws because they put certain individuals in place to make sure that no one ever removes them. And they were doing it with the Supreme Court. They were trying to bring in as many people as possible to go against the Constitution every step of the way. But I do believe this is all about to change, just like it's all changing out in Iran right now. And what's very interesting about Iran and about what happened out in California, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department put out a very, very strange message. Libs of TikTok put this out and said, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office sends condolences to Iran following the U.S. destroying their nuclear plants. This is what the L.A. County Sheriffs put out. Our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran. While this tragic event occurred overseas, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is closely monitoring the situation alongside our local and state and federal partners. What? That's crazy. Then they apologized for this and said, and this is what they said. We're issuing this statement to formally apologize for an offensive and inappropriate social media post recently posted on our department's social media platforms regarding the ongoing conflict in Iran. The post was unacceptable, made in error, and does not reflect the views of Sheriff Robert G. Luna or the department. They're launching a review to find out how in the world did this happen. And think about it. How did this happen? Did they have someone working in the office where they're completely against the United States? You mean there was an individual who was a sleeper there, they didn't realize it, and they decided to put this message out there? Think about that small office and then think about D.C. That should tell you everything you need to know. And think about it. All these individuals, they're all out there complaining and carrying on that Trump did something unconstitutional. Well, once again, you have to remember the deep state players, they put all these things into place so they could have regime change in every single country. And during that period of time, they were all for the regime change. They were all for the bombing. Look what Nancy Pelosi said back in March 18th of 2011. I commend POTUS for his leadership. Gaddafi's horrific brutality against his own people will not be tolerated and must stop. So it's okay for the United States to go into Libya to stop Gaddafi. Think about it. And remember, Obama, he was bombing like crazy using the authorization in 2011. And did he get congressional authorization? No, he did not. Again, they put all these things into place on purpose to have regime change. It was only meant for them to get around everything. Now Trump is using it and using it to get rid of them. They don't like this. And what's very interesting, when Trump used everything that they put into place, the War Powers Act and everything else, he needed to notify Congress 48 hours in advance. He did this while the planes were in the air. Very interesting. He called Hakeem Jeffries, and he didn't answer. He didn't answer the phone. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And no, he wasn't going to call everyone and have them debate about this. This is not how this works. We're not at war. He's protecting U.S. interests. Remember, the deep state players, they put all of this together. And they thought, and of course, everyone, the fake news and everyone else, thought he was going to bring us to World War III. That is not the case whatsoever. That wasn't the mission. His mission was to obliterate the deep state players. Make it so the neocons, the deep state players, the state-funded terrorists, Israel, they can no longer use the argument that Iran is creating a nuclear weapon. They use this to push fear across the world. Now it's gone. What are they going to do? They can't use it. They used it with North Korea. They kept saying North Korea is very, very close to getting a nuclear weapon. North Korea is going to destroy the world. And now, if you notice, they're not even mentioning that anymore. But you could see the bunker buster bombs, they went through, they hit their targets, and everyone's like, oh my God, look, the whole thing's not destroyed. Well, remember, it goes deep underground to hit the deep state bunker under the mountain. And Trump, he put this out and said, the damage to the nuclear site in Iran is said to be monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you. So that's interesting. It's monumental. It's going to be looked at in the future as absolutely incredible. He was able to get rid of the deep state players. And then he put that exact same post in another post with the B-2 bomber coming back. So that is very interesting. By the way, this video was 46 seconds long. So let's just read post 46, November 2nd, 2017. Why is the information re Barack Obama important? Uranium One and export approval to Canada to EU. Where is Barack Obama today? Did Barack Obama and or his admin ever make false statements that Uranium One would never be exported from the U.S.? Who made those statements? Who did they report to? Why is this relevant? The public has been given a select taste, sampling. Rest assured others have it all, 100% verifiable and impossible to refute. Why is this relevant? Who controls the narrative? Why are left-wing organizations beginning to report on DNC, de-corruption? Does the CIA have operators inside the mainstream media? What happens if exposed? What happens if tied back as knowing to executives? What does this have to do with leaking? What if it can be verified no source stories made up were in fact and approved to be published? The wormhole goes deep. So he's talking about Barack Obama, talking about uranium, and what happened out in Iran. Well, it looks like their entire uranium processing plant was destroyed. And what's very interesting is that Israel, they went ahead and they hit the Fordow facility once again, but not the facility itself. It actually hit the roads, the access routes in and out. So this way, they probably can't transfer the uranium. Now, there is some confusion of the deep state players, were they able to get the uranium out of this area, which I do believe this is where they probably kept uranium. Yes, the deep state players, they were operating in this area. Barack Obama, many others, they set them up. They pushed the fear. They also have their state-funded terrorist plants where they created the weapons and they shipped them all across the Middle East. And what's very interesting is we can see from the satellites, they had trucks lined up, and it looks like they were trying to get the uranium out, or maybe they were bringing uranium in and storing it deep down, thinking that there's no way that this bunker buster bomb would ever reach it. But Marina Medvin put this out and said, India today is reporting that there may have been new intelligence that prompted U.S. strikes on Iran. Satellite imagery recorded new activity around Fordow, including 16 cargo trucks on June 19th and 20th, which is very, very interesting. And basically, the news is also saying that the nuclear facilities, the reactors, might have been left intact. So that is very interesting. Now remember, these were precision hits. So the U.S. strikes achieved their core objective, obliterating Iran's capacity to weaponize nuclear material. Satellite imagery confirms Fordow's structural collapse from 12 GBU-57 bunker busters, while Natanz's centrifuge halls took direct hits. Isfahan's uranium conversion plant was annihilated per Maxar's analysis. Though deeper tunnels require further scrutiny, the Maximum Pressure Act mandates relentless sanctions until Iran verifiably dismantles its program. This isn't about flattening every building. It's about strategic disruption. The IAEA confirmed no radiation leaks, proving precision targeting. While 60% enriched uranium remains, the infrastructure to process weapon-grade material took a decisive blow. Deterrence through strength works. Trump, he put this out and said, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed, and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible. And even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper of Fake News CNN, Dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Comcast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and always the losers of, again, Comcast, NBC fake news. It never ends with these sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low. Zero credibility. So these weapons were precision weapons. They weren't blowing up everything. And it looks like Trump and team, they confirmed that it was completely and utterly hit. Now, the other thing that we could see is that the deep state players, Iran, they were threatening with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But it looks like they haven't done that yet. But the other thing that's very interesting about this is that Brick Suit actually says, you know something? Maybe we shouldn't be using the Strait of Hormuz anymore. Maybe it's now time to create a new canal through the United Arab Emirates. And actually, that is probably a good idea. It's not that big of a stretch of land. And this way, we don't have to use the Strait of Hormuz ever again. And actually, there'll be two ways of getting back and forth. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that we could see is that there are certain individuals, with everything that was going on, they were brought out into the open. And you could see that these individuals, they were not behind the commander-in-chief, and they were basically moving towards the Democratic side. And one of those individuals was Thomas Massie. He put out a post and said, this is not constitutional. Congressman Greg Steube responded to him and said, as a lawyer, a veteran who wore the uniform, and a JAG who served in Operation Iraq Freedom, I can say unequivocally, you're wrong. President Trump has full constitutional authority to take military action against Iran's nuclear program without formal declaration of war. Article 2, Section 2 empowers the commander-in-chief to use the armed forces to defend national interests and respond to imminent threats. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 allows a 60-day window plus a 30-day withdrawal period as long as Congress is notified within 48 hours. Claims that this action were unconstitutional are simply false. We all know Iran and its proxies were actively seeking nuclear weapons and targeting American troops and allies. President Trump stepped up and stopped them. I'm glad we have a commander-in-chief who eliminates terrorists instead of pandering to them like you do. And think about it. If Congress had to debate this, where do you think this would go? It would go nowhere. And again, this is not war. This is Trump protecting national security in this country and around the world. So once again, think about what he did. He allowed the resident to come in. He allowed the deep state players to do what they do best. He knew under the resident, the deep state players would allow Iran to enrich the uranium. Now think about it. Under Obama, actually going back in time, Iran never reached this level. Actually, under Obama, it was at a very low level. Under Trump, it was a very, very low level. And as soon as the resident came in, they saw their opportunity to allow Iran to enrich up to 60, 70, 80%, very close to that 90% mark. And I do believe Trump did this on purpose to actually show everyone, look, they truly are very, very close to a nuclear weapon. This actually allowed him, at this point, the ability to go in and hit these targets. See, in the past, they could never show that Iran was enriching to that percentage level. Trump was able to do it because he allowed the deep state players to do what they do best. Never interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves. Just like with the illegals coming over the border. Trump told everyone this is what they were going to do. And no one believed it. Of course, the MAGA people believed it, but everyone else didn't believe it. But then the people saw it. The same thing with here. If Trump didn't allow the resident to come in and allow the deep state players to do what they do best, Trump wouldn't be able to make his case. This allowed Trump to say, look, see, you have to show the people. This is what they're doing. You see it? Boom. This is why he was allowed to do this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the former president of Russia, Medvedev, he came out and said that other countries will supply Iran with nuclear warheads, which is very, very interesting. So Trump, he responded to the former president and he said, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or Is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. Now, he said the N-word, and there's only one post with the N-word. That is post 936, March 10th, 2018. And it shows a picture of the Hitler regime, all hailing Hitler. And down below it says the Nazi order. NWO, N does not refer to new. It doesn't refer to Nazi. What does N refer to? Nuclear. Then the next line is the sum of all fears. North Korea, POTUS, hostage threat, disarm, stage set, freedom. Post 521, January 13th, 2018. This is the post where it says scare necessary event. It says we are at war, an @ sign, which is information war. Not everything will be clean. Scare necessary event. Do you trust the U.S. military? Do you trust the chain of command? Have faith. We're in control. So again, here's the scare event. Was Iran the scare event? Or, since Trump said the N-word, sum of all fears, is the deep state going to try to do something else? Because I do believe Trump needs to bring the country and the world to the precipice so the people can see the truth. Because only at the precipice will people find the will, the strength to change and break the system of control. Only at this point in time will they then be free. And DHS, they put out a warning from now until September 22nd, 2025. It says the ongoing Iran conflict is causing a heightened threat environment in the United States. Low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks by pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely, and cyber actors affiliated with the Iranian government may conduct attacks against U.S. networks. Iran also had a long-standing commitment to target U.S. government officials it views as responsible for the death of an Iranian military commander. The likelihood of violent extremists in the homeland independently mobilizing to violence in response to the conflict would likely increase if Iranian leadership issued a religious ruling calling for retaliatory violence against targets in the homeland. At this point, I don't know if the Iranian leadership will issue a religious ruling calling for violence. They might. I mean, we see the Ayatollah doing this, but I think at this point in time, they have just given Trump the ability and the leverage to usher in a peace deal. But again, that doesn't mean the deep state players who are behind all this, they might push a false flag saying it was Iran. I think when the peace deal is done, that's going to be a little tough. Or they might use just some other type of sect saying that, we must, So we'll have to watch how this all plays out. And the warning is until September 22nd, 2025. But DHS might retract this if Trump has a peace deal. But what's very interesting is what Trump said about the former president of Russia. Because remember, there are still deep state players that are out there, and it looks like he might be one of them. This is why he said we're lucky that Putin is the boss, because Putin is not doing this. So this is going to be very, very interesting. And what other deep state players are going to try to push something? Like we said from the very, very beginning, the deep state, when they're cornered, they are going to fight back with everything that they have. And we've been talking about the sum of all fears for a very, very long time. And we'll have to see how this all plays out moving forward. But the other thing that we could see is that Iran, they went ahead and they launched missiles at Qatar. They launched missiles at other bases. And you had Kuwait and other places. They were all at high alert, but they were all intercepted. And once again, and nothing was really damaged. Remember when Trump met with all the leaders of the Middle East right before all this happened? Do Do you think he set it all up to make sure all the Middle Eastern countries were on his side? I do believe he did. And remember, the last time Iran launched missiles at a U.S. base, it was in response to Trump taking out Soleimani. They told us they were going to attack. We evacuated the base. They never really hit the base. They never hit the planes. They went ahead and they hit outside of the base, and some of the missiles didn't even make it. And it looks like they did the same exact thing right now. 3 Iranian officials with plans said that Iran gave advance notice to Qatari officials that attacks were coming as a way to minimize casualties. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carried it out in a way that allowed all sides to exit ramp. They described it as a similar strategy to 2020 when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. So as of now, it looks like nobody was hurt. There were no casualties. There was nothing. And we've seen this movie before. Very interesting. Trump, he put this out and said, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected, and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will be, hopefully, no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region. I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So basically, Trump is letting us know this was all a show, and now they can discuss peace. Now, the question is, was the deal done way before this? Most likely, probably yes. Was Trump communicating with those individuals in Iran using a back channel? Most likely, yes. He's also given the order to Israel. It is time to end it. Is Israel controlling Trump, or is Trump controlling Israel? Trump is controlling Israel. And I do believe Israel is going to do what Trump says to do. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is just like Trump, when he toured the Middle East right before this happened, he set everything up, make sure that all the Middle Eastern countries were on his side, and he made deals with them. He also did it with Putin. He made sure that Putin understood what he was about to do. Clandestine put this out. Flash back to 9 days ago. Trump confirmed that he had an hour-long call with Putin. But it was not about Ukraine. It was about Iran. I'll bet anything Trump confirmed with Putin that there would be no retaliation from Russia if he struck Iran. Trump covered his bases first. Trump did not do this strike recklessly. Trump made sure beforehand that World War III would not happen if he struck Iran's nuclear facilities. He did not strike, then wait to see what Russia would do. An agreement was already in place with Putin before the strike. Trump knew what he was doing the whole damn time. You mean Trump plans things? Of course he does. He doesn't just willy-nilly do this. He's a planner. He's a builder. He's a businessman. Everything is accounted for. And he makes sure that everything is in place because his entire motivation is not to go to war. It's to end the wars and basically remove everything the deep state players have put into place. Clinton put this out. Iranian foreign minister just met with Putin. Putin pretty much said he condemns the attack by the U.S. and Israel, and that he is willing to help the Iranians diplomatically, but no mention of military involvement. Iran, they're on their own. There will be no World War III, and that's exactly what happened. And he will come in, and I do believe peacefully, I do believe we might see a change of leadership. I don't think people will be rising up the streets. I mean, we might see a little bit of this, but I do believe that I think Putin is going to handle the new leadership of Iran with Trump, not him alone. Brian Cates explains what we have seen. The globalist cult members, part of the cult that controlled Iran, We're engaging in propaganda here, playing up the Iranian threat to keep all the money changing hands, threatening to take away Iran's nuclear threat. They've been playing with the world for several generations. They feared he would do this. It's why they tried to turn his head into pink mist live on camera in Butler 11 months ago. He wasn't bluffing about ending the threat, and sick shit, they've used that threat to cash in on. What happens when you cry wolf in the town square anymore because the hunter shot your wolf and skinned it and mounted its head on his trophy wall? Trump literally did exactly what the globalists wanted him to do. Or did they? No, they just wanted to use this as fear. That's what they did. They used the idea that Iran's going to blow up the world with their nuclear weapons. Instead, Iran was their factory where they produced the state-funded weapons and the state-funded terrorists. They never really wanted anyone to go into Iran. Now Trump has basically removed all of this and shut it all down. And you could see those individuals that want regime change, they're coming out of the woodwork. John Bolton put this out and said, President Trump did the right thing for America in striking Iran's nuclear weapons program. Now on to regime change. Do you really think Trump is going to do regime change like the deep state does regime change or the neocons do regime change? Absolutely not. We're not going with boots on the ground. We're not putting in a puppet government so we can fight against the people of Iran trying to take back their country. I do believe he got Putin involved so this way they can talk about new leadership in Iran without a bloody mess, without boots on the ground, and the people must vote for their new leadership. Charlie Kirk put this out and said, a bottom-up revolution rises from the will of the people. A top-down regime change is engineered by elites and the intel community. One is organic, the other is orchestrated, forced. The line is very thin and must proceed extremely carefully. Before you know it, we could be in a situation like Libya. President Trump is talking about an organic uprising. America cannot get involved in a forceful decapitation effort in Persia. And that's absolutely true. So I do believe that with everything that Trump is doing, he's pushing all the deep state players and all those people that were pretending they were MAGA out into the open. And now they're all in the spotlight. And once again, he's not going to have regime change like the deep state has regime change. That is not going to happen. But we could see there's certain individuals that are calling for regime change, and one of them is the Crown Prince Reza. Now, he is the son of the Shah, and once again, he is the Crown Prince, and do we really need royalty ruling that country? I don't think so. Rudy Giuliani put this out and said, Reva Pahlavi is the son of the Shah, who was a brutal, hated dictator. He offers nothing but a return to his father's corrupt dictatorship. For decades, the Savak, his father's secret police, persecuted. So that's not a good way to go. And I do believe at this point, the people of Iran need to rise up. This is coming from the NCRI U.S. Rep Office. Mrs. Miriam Rajavi. Now Khomeini must go. The Iranian people welcome the end of the war and seek peace and freedom. Khomeini is responsible for an unpatriotic project that, in addition to costing countless lives, has cost the Iranian people at least $2 trillion. And now it has all gone up in smoke. Mrs. Rajavi once again emphasized the third option. Not to appeasement, no to war, yes to regime change. Changing the religious dictatorship by the Iranian people and the Iranian resistance. Forward toward a free Iran and democratic non-nuclear republic with a separation of religion and state and gender equality. Now, once again, the people of this country are going to have to decide. And I think Trump wanted the people of Iran to know that we are behind you if you decided to change leadership, to elect a new leader. And think about it. Trump, in a post, said, make Iran great again. And the Justice Cometh pointed something out which is very, very interesting. When Trump put that post out saying, make MIGA, M-I-G-A, Make Iran Great Again. We already had that back from post 3002. This was March 7, 2019. An individual holding up a sign said, MIGA plus MAGA. How did Q know? Think about that for a second. Very, very interesting. And Trump, he put out another post on Truth, and he said the following: monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by satellite images. Obliteration is an accurate term. The white structure shown is deeply embedded into the rock, with even its roof well below ground level and completely shielded from flame. The biggest damage took place far below ground level. Bullseye. Brad Zerbo responded to this post and said, Q implied Iran was a deep state proxy over and over. In fact, it's one of the main things early on that was hammered home. Trump said on the campaign trail that he was going to obliterate the deep state. This is the first time since being elected, to the best of my recollection, that he claimed to obliterate something. Twice he used obliterate in the press conference too. Trump has also shared the hunted becomes the hunter and trust the plan. He's telling us what this strike is, and it's not what the mainstream media wants you to believe it is. He obliterated the deep state players in Iran. That's exactly what he did. And think about it. He took the path of peace through strength. And think about what peace through strength really means, because again, he's going to use this again. So peace through strength is a political and military philosophy that suggests the best way to preserve peace is by being strong, especially militarily, so that potential adversaries are deterred from aggression. The concept dates back to Roman times. If you want peace, prepare for war. In modern American politics, it was popularized by Reagan during the Cold War. He used it to justify a strong national defense to deter Soviet aggression. A powerful military and a resolute foreign policy discourage enemies from initiating conflict because the consequences would be too severe. And if you look at Sun Tzu Art of War and Art of the Deal, Trump uses this over and over and over. So let's look at Sun Tzu Art of the War. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Donald Trump, The Art of the Deal. The best thing you can do is deal from strength, and leverage is the biggest strength you can have. So Trump, he needed to show the world that the U.S. were strong. If you hit us, if you do anything, you'll be annihilated. He did that. He showed the world, he showed everyone. Now he's dealing from the position of strength. From the position of strength, he can usher in peace. And that is what he's doing now. He put this out on Truth. He said, congratulations, world. It's time for peace. And that's exactly what we're going to see. And if you notice, he's removing piece by piece what the deep state had. And as he does this, the deep state is becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. And soon Trump is going to have all the leverage he needs. And he's doing this, if you notice, right before the midterms, because I do believe that is the last part of it. The last part is to get the people, all the people on his side, the majority of the people on his side, to vote all of these people out. And yes, the elections will be secure during this period of time, because think about it. Trump is getting a special prosecutor. The evidence now is pouring out how they rigged the system. This is not going to work out well for the deep state players. Cynical Publius put this out and said, in the days ahead, as Democrats adopt the mullahs in Iran as their cause de jure and justification for burning, looting our cities, remember that those same mullahs execute LGBTQ plus people and imprison and sometimes execute women for trying to lead an uncovered life that a woman in the West takes for granted. The Dems come down on the wrong side of everything. Absolutely. And you can see there are certain individuals within the MAGA movement, at a moment's notice, they turn on Trump, which is unbelievable, which means these are fake MAGA people. And Trump, a lot of the times, does these things so he could see the board very, very clearly. Because, again, just because he does one thing and certain people show him who they truly are, it doesn't mean that everyone else is for him. Because, once again, when something else comes up, you can test the people again and again and again. And it might have to do with big pharma. It might have to do with war. It might have to do with all these things. But again, if you're truly with this president, if you truly believe that he's a patriot and he's returning the power to the people and doing everything in our best interests, yes, you can question things, but you would trust in what he's doing. And I think most of the people now are seeing this, and they're starting to see who they can trust online or in DC and other places, and who they don't trust anymore, which is very, very interesting. And Trump now has set his sights on Congressman Thomas Massie. This is what he put out yesterday. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he likes to say he is. Actually, MAGA doesn't want him, doesn't know him, doesn't respect him. He's a negative force who almost always votes no matter how good something may be. He's simple-minded grandstander who thinks it's good politics for Iran to have the highest level nuclear weapon, while at the same time even took over the American embassy in Tehran under the Carter administration. We had a spectacular military success yesterday, taking the bomb right out of their hands, and they would use it if they could. But as usual, and despite all the praise and accolades received, this lightweight congressman is against what was so brilliantly achieved last night in Iran. Massie is weak, ineffective, and votes no on virtually everything put before him. Rand Paul Jr., no matter how good something may be, he is disrespectful to our great military and all they stand for, not even acknowledging their brilliance and bravery in yesterday's attack, which was a total and complete win. Massie should drop his fake act and start putting America first, but he doesn't know how to get there. He doesn't have a clue. He'll undoubtedly vote against the great big beautiful bill, even though non-passage means 68% tax increase for everybody, and many things far worse than that. MAGA should drop this pathetic loser that we will have a wonderful American patriot running against him in the Republican primary and will be out in Kentucky campaigning really hard. MAGA is not about lazy, grandstanding, non-productive politicians, of which Thomas Massie is definitely one. Thank you to our incredible military for an amazing job they did last night. It was really special. Make America great again. Then he responded to his own post and said, "Get this bum out of office, ASAP." And again, this goes back to the midterms. Trump now is showing everyone in this country who's with the Patriots and who is really against them. And every step of the way, you can see who these people are. And it's going to get worse and worse for these people. Because remember, if we're going to have total control, if we're going to bring these people to justice, we need to remove these individuals that are not producing anything in Congress. They're not working for the best interest of we the people. And this is most of the Ds and a lot of the rhinos and people that are pretending to be MAGA, of course. And I do believe that as Trump continually points these people out moving forward, the people of this country are going to realize it's time to let these people go. A lot of these people have been in office for a very long time. And when you look back in time, have they actually done anything to really help this country? Remember, we're talking about taking the country back. We're talking about ending the wars, ending everything the deep state has put into place, ending the terrorism that they've forced upon us. Remember, all these terrorists that you see, this is coming from the deep state intelligence players. They're the ones who created this, because you have to remember, their entire motive was to actually have you give away your rights. And the only way to do this is to push fear. They knew they couldn't get rid of the Constitution. So every step of the way, they had to push fear. And that's what they did. They figured it out. If we use terrorism, this will make people give up their rights. Oh, wait, you could be searched at the airport. You could be searched at any stadium. You could be searched anywhere. You just gave up your right. Oh, wait, we could take your weapons away because there's mass shootings. We can put all these gun control laws into place. You just gave up your rights. Oh, look, people are saying hateful things on social media. We can now censor people. You just gave up your right. You must do what we say. You're not free to do whatever you want. And You must do what we say to live in society. You just gave up your right. This is what they're trying to do every step of the way. And everything that you've seen over the last many, many, many years, it was because of them. They created the terrorists. They did all of this to you. Now Trump is removing all of this. And now he's going to show you a completely different world, a world without the deep state, a world without the fear that they've been pushing, a world which is going to be very, very different. And I do believe in the end, when we take back the House and we take back the Senate, we're going to see accountability because, again, this is peace through strength. Trump loves leverage. You make your enemy as weak as possible, and when they're weak as possible,
trust the plan. Nothing can stop what's coming. I was the hunted. Now I'm the hunter. President Trump, Truth Social, Friday, June 20th, 2025, just before Trump ordered bombing of Iran nuclear facilities. Imminent 3-day event. Global emergency broadcast system activation. 10 days of communication darkness. Global martial law. 8 billion people and all banks across the globe to do a global currency reset. Jassar Nassar implementation. Mr. Poole on Telegram, Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Judy note, yes, on Sunday, June 22nd, headlines across the world resounded with President Trump's bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities, a mission to save the world from nuclear World War III, though at the same time Trump was secretly executing another, perhaps even more important mission beneath the Earth's surface that has yet to make the headlines. What we think we know as of Sunday, June 22nd. Friday, June 20th, nuclear codes fired. Trump activates live war protocol. QFS locked. Operation Phoenix engaged. Media silent. Julian Assange on Telegram. On Friday, June 20th, the full activation of the quantum financial system backed by gold and real assets is in motion. The world stands on the edge of a 48-hour blackout tied to wealth redistribution, followed by 10 days of global communication darkness. During this window, mass arrests will be completed in dozens of nations. Tribunals will be prepared for broadcast, and humanity will begin its transition into the new Earth paradigm. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, July 4th, worldwide emergency alert, EBS on Telegram. U.S. military stationed in 360 cities anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case, which would dissolve Congress in the Biden administration. U.S. military and D.C. police preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. The Global Military Alliance arresting and holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal, political, and global elites. CIA, FBI, Homeland Security, Biden, and Democratic Party suspected connected to attempted Trump assassinations. Sometime between Saturday, June 21st and Monday, June 23rd, the 10 days of darkness was expected to begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. All traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will begin to broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jassara-compliant nations. And within that 10-day EVS broadcast, global financial crimes will be exposed. Vatican money laundering rings will be mapped. Secret CIA-operated satellite nodes will be named and disabled. The origin of media brainwashing fully disclosed. False flag operations from the last 20 years verified and admitted, and Project Mockingbird and the blackmail matrix revealed. Nasara Jassara on Telegram. Global financial crisis. On Monday, July 7th, the vaults are opening. Jassara Nassar QFS on Telegram. Ancient financial instruments are surfacing. Bearer bonds, gold certificates, Vatican-issued debt notes dating back to World War II. They were never meant to be seen again. Now they are evidence. What's happening? Deep storage vaults in the Philippines, Indonesia, and Switzerland, unsealed under military oversight. Documents proving global war funding networks, central bank creation deals, and secret gold leasing agreements. Archives linking monarchs, banking dynasties, and intelligence agencies to a hidden system of perpetual debt slavery. This is the true reset. The quantum financial system is not just digital, it is historical. It corrects centuries of engineered poverty and silent theft. Coming next, public declassification of seized historical bonds, tribunal hearings to expose Vatican Crown-Fed collusion, and global reconciliation process for nations robbed through debt trickery. Wars and rumors of wars. Friday, June 20th, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals rules 3-0, allowing President Trump to retain control of California National Guard. Friday, June 20th, we have a link at X. Dear Americans, I am a Palestinian Christian. Iran has done nothing but treat us with honor and respect. The true enemy of Christianity is Israel. They drove my family out of their homes. Don't trust your mainstream media. This is Iran, the saviors of Christianity. And Friday, June 20th, Fox News, President Trump is seriously considering a U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, particularly the Fordo plant. We know that happened last night, which is built into a mountain, per reports. President Trump has just convened his National Security Council in the Situation Room and are meeting with them to determine the plan as we speak. Apparently, the only option to knock out Fordo is dropping a bunker buster from a B-2 Spirit, which only the U.S. has. Pray for our troops. Friday, June 20th, Iran has fired a new wave of missile strikes at Israel, which serves around 1 million residents. And Thursday, June 20th, Trump walked out of a G7 meeting, ordered Tehran evacuated, and launched a final strike on Iran. Within a few hours, the new president of Iran, Prince Reza Pahlavi, announced on TV the Islamic Republic is over and on the verge of collapse. It's time for a new Iran.
The target is an unsanctioned uranium enrichment plant built in violation of a multilateral NATO treaty. The uranium produced there represents a direct threat to our allies in the region. The Pentagon has tasked us with assembling a strike team and taking it out before it becomes fully operational. The plant sits in an underground bunker at the end of this valley.
Friday, June 20th, Trump discusses the Iran-Israel situation, and there's a link on X. Saturday, June 21st, the Military Commissions Act. Military tribunals go live. Special ops, the hunt is on. Friday, June 20th, War Command update. Breaking. Seconds from disaster, Trump moves the doomsday plane. China and Russia enter shadow war stage. June 20th, AMG News. Friday, June 20th, Trump's truth bombs detonate across America. I was the hunted, now I'm the hunter. Intel Operation enters kill phase. And Friday, June 20th, Bilderberg authorizes false flag on U.S. soil. It's not coincidence, it's choreography. This is not a war, it's a reset by fire. Trump has not made a decision yet. He says he'll decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. gets involved. Right now, U.S. military assets are moving into place just in case. And just a quick update, we know last night that they did go in and bomb nuclear sites in Iran. Israeli officials have also warned that the country's air defense systems, including interceptors for Iron Dome and David's Sling, are being depleted. Without resupply from the U.S., some systems could start running short within days if the missile barrages continue at this pace.
Are we now at war with Iran?
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did last night. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer and more stable than it was 24 hours ago. And a bunch of these countries putting out statements condemning us, privately, they all agree with us that this needed to be done. They got to do what they got to do for, their own public relations purposes. But the only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime.
Friday, June 20th, nuclear codes fired. Trump activates live war protocol as deep state flees. QFS locked, Operation Phoenix engaged, and media silent. Julian Assange on Telegram. The illusion is over. On June 14th, U.S. Air Force transmitted a 246-character emergency action message, the longest in recorded history. It wasn't a test, it was a live nuclear-level command code. The media said nothing. Why? Because this was Trump's continuity of government firing the starting shot. More EAMs followed June 15th and 17th, each triggered after deep state proxies struck. China jamming Taiwan, Iran launching a hypersonic missile, Russia deploying Arctic subs. This is war, silent, coded, and real. Trump never left. The real U.S. government has been operating under Article 21 COG protocol since the 2020 coup. Biden's handlers are actors. The real chain of command, military, strategic, economic, is under Trump and his White Hat alliance. The EAMs authorized nuclear SSBN activation near Norway. Stealth bombers repositioned across the Pacific. QFS locked down on all elite financial backdoors. Operation Phoenix is live. The quantum financial system vault was sealed. Gold prices spiked. Wall Street panicked. Checksum defenses triggered 5 halts. Not accidents, warnings. Meanwhile, Cheyenne Mountain sealed. Afut AFB nuclear teams restricted. Groom Lake activated plasma window shielding. Starlink X tracking EMP threats. The fake regime is vanishing. Biden last seen June 9th. Kamala vanished after bizarre PR stunt. Congress is on recess. We know better. The cabal is evacuating. Schwab cancels Davos. Fink dumps BlackRock. Lagarde flees Brussels. Vanguard funnels billions into military contractors. This is not business. It's escape. Weather weapons are active. HARP patterns detected. Midwest floods. Gulf Stream chaos. They're not trying to starve us while the sky hums. The vault is sealed. Trump is in command. Expect a final EAM exceeding 300 characters. QFS will control every transaction permanently. Prepare. Stock food. Charge off grid. Comms. Trust no broadcast unless it's Starlink X. What's next? False flag EMPs. Engineered plagues. Deep state terror. But we're ready. We saw the fraud. The real news for Saturday, June the 21st, 2025. Friday, June 20th, confirmed. Democrats. Soros groups are staging violent riots nationwide in attempts to draw out federal agents for a massive. Alex Jones on Telegram. We don't have a Congress anymore. We have a cartel. A legalized taxpayer-funded cartel cloaked in tradition and soaked in insider knowledge. They gamble with your future, profit on your losses, and call it public service. Congress is a full-blown criminal syndicate operating under the guise of democracy, a network of power brokers exploiting the American people in broad daylight. No one should sit in office while holding stock options tied to the decisions they make. That's not oversight, that's ownership. QFS on Telegram. Friday, June 20th, Democrat senators are boycotting a hearing on the cover-up of Joe Biden's obvious mental decline and have refused to show their faces. It's almost as if they have something to hide. White Hats on Telegram. Friday, June 20th, insurrection. The FBI is actively investigating the Soros-backed NGOs funding the insurgency in Los Angeles and in other cities. United States Attorney Bill Asaley, FBI Assistant Director in charge Akil Davis, and IRS Special Agent in charge Tyler Hatcher warned sponsors of the insurgency of the consequences of aiding and abetting acts of violence during civil unrest. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. On Friday, June 20th, after World War II, the evolution from the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, to the CIA marked a shift to the institutionalization of psychological warfare. Under the guise of national security, the CIA morphed into an enforcement arm for a global elite who act outside the bounds of the Constitution and Congress. Today, we face invisible coercive technologies such as microwave-directed energy weapons, nanotech neural implants capable of manipulating human behavior from a distance. Their atrocities committed during Nazi Germany did not end at Nuremberg. They were relocated and rebranded under the CIA's Operation Paperclip, bringing Nazi scientists like Joseph Mengele to the U.S. to continue their inhumane experiments. Under the guise of national security, these individuals perpetuated trauma-based programming with figures like Sidney Gottlieb conducting non-consensual psychological torture. The deep state's involvement in human experimentation is not a relic of the past. It is an ongoing reality. Julian Assange on Telegram. Friday, June 20th, without U.S. aid, the Democrat Party went broke in just a few months. Donald Trump on Telegram. Saturday, January 21st, boom, exposing the lie. They owe you $495,000. The U.S. debt clock, hidden wealth, and the silent financial coup. And Mel Gibson sounds the alarm. They're lying to you about the Shroud of Turin. New scientific evidence destroys the 1988 deception. And exclusive, Pelosi busted after former JP Morgan VP exposes $10 million stock sale that will make your jaw drop. Saturday, June 21st, court-martial exposed, contempt in consequence. The case for court-martialing insubordinate flag officers. In Saturday, June 21st, Benghazi bombshell, Secretary Hegseth just ordered the files released. Clinton's deleted emails resurface and the cover-up that never closed. And Saturday, June 21st, the day Ronaldo wore a scar. The silence, the child, the scar. How Ronaldo's $83,000 gesture was never about him. And Friday, June 20th, it's boom time. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the beginner and the origin of Q, the greatest intelligence operation of our time. You must watch the video to believe. And breaking 16 billion passwords leaked. Digital panic has begun. This is a global cyber state of emergency. Saturday, June 21st. Wow, 74 pages of stock trades by Congress, all buying oil stocks right before the stock prices increased because of the new conflict in the Middle East with Israel and Iran. White hats on Telegram. U.S. Congress again insider trading off war and getting filthy rich. Soon as President Trump gave Iran 60 days to make a deal, our U.S. politicians were buying oil stocks. This is page 1 of 74. Of course, Chevron is up, ExxonMobil's up, Valero is up, and so is every other oil company. These politicians are on both sides of the aisle and have also conveniently tweeted in support of this conflict. It just makes you wonder, even more, if everything in this world is just about making money. Friday, June 20th, Snowden. FEMA witch demands escape from Gitmo after nightmare scenes unleashed. Denzel Washington on Telegram. Edward Snowden has dropped another coded message. Tyranny's screams echo beyond the wire. The Gitmo floodgates are shaking. Deep State FEMA witch Mary Ann Tierney, detained for her role in the Lahaina massacre, has begged for release, claiming shadow threats, torture plots, and ghost whispers. But Snowden warned us they break under pressure, they confess with fear in their veins. Tierney was captured by U.S. Marines and flown to Gitmo after JAG uncovered footage of her smiling while ordering the brutal beating and incineration of Hawaiian citizens. She watched agents torch victims in mass graves, grinning like a demon, while bones cracked in the wildlife refuge. Her bloodlust was caught on camera. The FEMA depopulation playbook was exposed. Upon arrival June 1st, she claimed Geneva Convention violations. Friday, June 20th, Trump's DOJ targets Act Blue tied to election interference, money laundering, and child trafficking. Mel Gibson. From USA to Act Blue, every single money machine and exploited system connected to the globalist deep state is being identified, exposed, and completely severed off. This entire situation is just unbelievable. What started off as a law enforcement drug smuggling investigation turned out to be something way bigger. It turned into finding exactly what Biden's open border operation and Act Blue was really all about, and how this massive operation worked. and moved insane amounts of money for illegal operations. They found out that Biden's open border was connected all the way down and through Honduras and many other southern countries, which were also connected to the Sinaloa cartels and the trafficking of children, and were also connected to the fentanyl trade through the Chinese Communist Party, which was also giving millions to the Biden family and his administration's own CIA. Throughout this investigation, they located all the trade routes and ways they were moving the drugs and people through the border. The most surprising twist they found was how they were moving and washing the money for the cartels and the Democratic Party. They found out that TD Bank was involved as they were receiving donations through Act Blue, which were using unaware American citizens' personal information to make it look like they were making donations themselves to the Democratic Party, which in reality, this was how they made straw donor and foreign contributions for the 2020 and 2024 elections, and to move the money made from the cartel's drug and child trafficking transactions to the Democratic Party. Then they would buy houses and commit mortgage fraud, getting massive loans through TD Bank, who was well aware of what they were involved with and are still going through investigations and fines in order to wash the money made from all the illegal activities, including foreign contributions to influence elections, which went right to the Democratic Party, all while using unaware and unauthorized Americans' personal information directly through Act Blue in an attempt to cover it all up. Saturday, June 21st, Pelosi's $10 million stock scam exposed. Congress is not investing. They are looting the system. QFS on Telegram. While most Americans were counting down the final seconds of the year with family, Nancy Pelosi was quietly executing a $10 million Apple stock sale right at the top, not a week before, not a day late, the exact peak. That's not possible. The same day you were watching fireworks and sipping champagne, she was exiting the trade of the year with perfect timing. Then the tech market dipped. You lost money. She didn't. Because this isn't public investing. It's private exploitation of a system they built for themselves. This is not an isolated move. It's a pattern, and it's systematic. According to a former JP Morgan VP, Ross Given, Congress is not just participating in the stock market, they're outperforming it by margins that defy logic, mathematics, and probability. They are not investors, they are insiders. They don't speculate, they legislate, then trade. It's not a market, it's a rigged machine. And the blueprints are locked in the halls of Congress. Given exposed it all, timing, returns, timing, patterns, and the numbers don't lie. No hedge fund in the world can compete with people who vote on the future then profit off the chaos they help create. Take Susie Lee. No prior trading activity. Then out of nowhere, she buys into a German weapons company right before geopolitical tensions explode in the region. She walks away with a 161% return. Not because she read the tea leaves, but because she read the briefings you'll never see. War was coming, not on CNN, but in closed-door sessions. And Lee, like the rest of them, saw dollar signs. They are not strategists, they are opportunists, profiting on war, suffering, and secrets. Warren Buffett spent 60 years building a legacy of ethical, patient investing. Congress members with zero financial background outperformed him last year. Think about that. People with no experience, no track record, and no risk tolerance somehow walk away with 90%, 140% annual returns. It's not brilliance, it's not luck, it's access. Privileged access to classified economic forecasts, regulatory changes, and defense deals before they hit the press. They don't have that. They do, and they're using it to drain the system dry while you fight to cover groceries and rent. This isn't governance. This isn't representative leadership. It's a full-blown criminal syndicate operating under the guise of democracy. They trade while you sleep. They manipulate while you trust. They write laws to benefit portfolios, then report trades months later in paperwork nobody reads. And when the curtain slips, nothing happens. No jail time, no investigations. Just more sound bites and silence. They get richer. You get angrier. The system gets colder. We don't have a Congress anymore. We have a cartel, a legalized taxpayer-funded cartel cloaked in tradition and soaked in insider knowledge. They gamble with your future, profit on your losses, and call it public service. But this isn't service. It's theft at the highest level, with no consequences. It's time to stop pretending this is about politics or parties. It's about control. A network of power brokers exploiting the American people in broad daylight. They know the game is rigged. They designed it. And unless it's dismantled, they'll keep cashing in while the rest of the country collapses into economic slavery. No one should sit in office while holding stock options tied to the decisions they make. That's not oversight, that's ownership. And it's time to decide. Either they stop trading or they stop governing, because we can't afford both.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv, continued from YouTube. And let me just say, I'm with the Ghost again. Thank you, Ghost, for joining me.
You got it, buddy.
I'm just going to say what I wanted to say on YouTube, and that is this. How I see this playing out is Trump is letting Iran and Israel exhaust their resources while the Iron Dome gets cracked. I think the whole time Netanyahu has been holding that card, that wild card of an attack on American soil. That is why and who would do that would be the Israeli intelligence, Mossad. And I think that is why he came out and said it's Tel Aviv today, New York tomorrow. I think Trump waited to neutralize that threat and let the bombing start so that way they could exhaust each other out. And now Trump neutralized that threat. And that being said, now that he neutralized that threat, he's saying, okay, now I'm going to wait 2 weeks. Now Israel is in it. They have no choice but to cooperate with whatever Trump brings in 2 weeks, because Trump neutralized the Mossad threat on our soil, and I think he always planned on doing this. I just want to get your thoughts on this, Ghost, because what I think is Netanyahu came out with a clear and blatant threat saying Tel Aviv today could be New York tomorrow. You know, American, you don't play along with what we're going to do with Iran, we will take you out. And I think Trump knew that. He waited till the last second, neutralized that threat, and now he's telling Benjamin Netanyahu, guess what, we're waiting. Now, that's all theory.
Yeah.
I think it sounds beautiful. It sounds great to me, but I think that could be what's happening. And now they don't have the resources to go another 2 weeks in this war. Now that the Iron Dome has been cracked, what's your thoughts, Ghost? Thank you.
Well, it fits. And let's not forget comments Netanyahu has made in the past about this country. You remember the comment that basically breaking a country down from the inside. He was talking directly about the U.S., and this is what we do to countries we don't like. And most Americans who've been indoctrinated into support Israel, support the people of Israel all day long. Amen to that. But this particular regime and this man who's been over it for 17 years, the power's gone to his head. There are many factions there, 6 primary ones. They always are arguing amongst each other. Several have got together. He's facing real criminal charges, and like I said in the other broadcast, they don't hesitate to put prime ministers or former prime ministers in jail if they've acted in such a way. I think he's overplayed all the hands he's had, and number one, we're not going to play along with it. We don't have to, because the leverage component is, I think, at its least as it's been in many years, meaning, well, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, I'm sure they're leveraged out the ass, because I think there's things about Lindsey that he doesn't want out there, and other rhinos. That's why they remain rhinos. They are compromised, and compromised by several, but one of them mainly being Mossad. And it's not all Mossad. Again, it's the same thing going on there as everywhere else. The good and the bad kind of struggling for position. Same internal politics, same nonsense. However, I think Netanyahu was betting on the fact that it'll be business as usual, maybe not quite, but enough that we can still get away with what we want to do. get the big brute to step in, get the big dumb goy to step in between us and what we're fucking with right now, Iran. And I think Iran has played it in such a way that they've used up all their old shit weapons that they don't give a damn about, that are just harassment weapons in the most part. You're getting at that rate, you're having an unbalanced response, but the only response available in the Iron Dome is to fire very expensive ordnance up each time that may be even being interfered with by, say, Chinese provided services, like we've provided intel and reconnaissance services to Israel for this.
Well, I've heard that's why I've heard that's why they're able to crack the Iron Dome, is because they're using Chinese technology.
Yeah, that and depletion, and in doing so, causing a further depletion of these very expensive technically laden missiles that they can't be replaced and replenished as quickly as this scenario being drug out would allow. And there's your crack in the dome. Interference, battlefield type interference, as far as jamming of radar. But at the same time, if you're firing your garbage first, like I said before, no one knows if they have hypersonics in reserve. They have several dozen hypersonics in reserve, and God forbid they have one warhead. Iron Dome is not stopping those kinds of weapons, and you're seeing it play out to the very end. How it ends, I think President Trump and the administration are very wise in saying, "Well, we'll sit back, we'll wait and see, we'll watch," because we're not going to be used as their go-to to respond to all of this in force. I think they'd like nothing more than American boots on the ground. That's not going to happen. Get past the American parents.
They really want, and we're also flushing out the warmongers here, like Ted Cruz. I think Tucker Carlson did a brilliant job of that. We're flushing out all kinds of warmongers. We're seeing exactly who they are. They're in the spotlight. The people that want this war, they want to send our American troops to war, and Trump is not going to do it, man. I know for a fact he's not going to play that card. He's going to let Israel and Iran exhaust themselves, expose Obama, expose Netanyahu, expose Israel, and get the checkmate, right?
Yep. And many will be exposed, not just the big names that everybody wants to see fry, but others. And, he's doing it right.
But
we're not rushing in. We haven't dropped the penetrating ordnance, none of that yet. And still a very wise position to be in.
But if he does make that move, if he does hit Iran with a bunker busting bomb, we're in it now. Right?
Say that again. I got a little interference.
I said, if Trump decides to come to Israel's aid and hit Iran with a bunker busting bomb and hit Iran with a strike, that means all systems go, we're in it now, we're guilty. We're in the war, right? If he does that. Which in return, terrorist attacks here on American soil from, Hezbollah, Hamas?
Yeah, I think all of those across the border that out of the 21 to 30 million that crossed the border like a waterfall in the last 4 years, prior to that and during that, it was an estimated over 100,000 trained insurgents from various Middle Eastern countries, Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan, Jordan, Syrians. They've all been caught. Not caught, all of them, but all representing these groups and more, and North African also. are here. They're not the ones running around talking out loud on burner phones. They're what you'd call terror cells. And yes, they're here. It'd be a disservice not to tell people that they were here. And that's why people need to be prepared. And then we've discussed in the YouTube broadcast, urban and rural. All right, what you'll see, and if anything is let's say set alight on American soil, is you'll see it in rural areas just as you will in urban areas. And why? That casts a wider net of fear response, because there are police, county, municipal, and state police all across the country have been, since the end of last year, intently on the lookout for those who fit a Middle Eastern profile. Oh, too bad you're being profiled, fuck you. That are casing churches, community centers, city halls of small towns in the middle of rural counties with very little, where the entire county has a population of 500. Everyone needs to keep their head on a swivel and be vigilant, though the president and the administration are playing it right. They're sitting back. Let them exhaust themselves. And let's see who comes to the table first. Because I think Netanyahu and his advisors made a very big mistake in assumption that they would get us to act with all the leverage of so many people here. I can't tell you, and I think the audience should look this up, how many members of Congress have, provided by AIPAC or because they were compromised nastily, because they're nasty people. I'm not saying all of them, I'm saying your typical rhino and a lot of your lefties, they're in the same boat. That has nothing to do with the political affiliation at this point. What it has to, that's only on a surface level, a surface observation with the bullshit nonsense that's reported on the 4 a.m. script dump to you about what's going on in D.C. every day. Screw all that. Beneath the surface, you have compromised and uncompromised. Those who can be leveraged and those who can't. And you have the Lindsey Grahams of the world running around acting like little war hawks. Well, Lindsey, why don't you put the bottle down for a day and suit up, throw some class 4 armor on, see if you can make it from there to the bathroom without wheezing. Your big mouth is running. Yeah, let's get out there. And Tucker Cruz pushing Ted Cruz on the issue. Amen. Tucker, you notice the optics, and they're true because Tucker did a service by pushing him to the surface. So you see where I'm going with this.
100%.
The networks that they have here of those who are compromised and what they have in place here as far as personnel, it's not working. And it's not going to work in this situation. You're not going to be able to blow that dog whistle and expect the big goy of America to stand up and fight this battle for you. You started it. Remember what I said to you last week? I'm very interested. What's very interesting to me is the timing of all this, why they did it now. And I said, that'll become clear in the days to come. Well, he's facing a lot of charges in criminal activities there regarding funding, regarding many things. And again, I said before, they don't hesitate to prosecute a prime minister or a former one and throw them into jail. He's had 17 years total at the helm. And look at what he's trying to do. Force the hand prior to the 6th, 7th announcement of the BRIC nations that will be economically destabling. No one is talking about that. They don't want to send the crypto and the stock market into any type of little, childish type of recoil. And it doesn't matter because only 20% of investors in the stock market actually get fucked over. The rest is owned by your less than 1%. So the stock market, I don't give a shit what happens to that either way. But I do see a lot of issues with other, let's say, trading mechanisms and negotiable instruments out there. Yes, that's all well and good. Bottom line is, we could not be pulled into even striking deep nuclear targets until that moment is necessary for our needs. America first doesn't mean we cast aside the people of Israel or other allies. No, not at all. It means we cast aside the undue and unwarranted influence they have over parties and persons in this country. And I say the word parties and persons specifically. I don't have time to break that down. Those who know what I'm referring to. But in the end, they pulled a boner. They wanted to get it in while the money was available, and the extra billion in reserve would be available, making it over $4.5 billion that would go to them to finance what they're doing now. The Iranians are expending all the shit weaponry they don't really need or want anymore. God knows what they have in reserve. You hear it back and forth, intelligence saying they don't have any nuclear warheads. Again, as the American spectator, which all of us are in a sense, you can't trust that either because it's been too long. Look how easy it was for North Korea to get a warhead. Do you think they spent half of what Iran has as far as nuclear facilities, let's say breeder type reactors that could create nuclear fuel in the end? No, they didn't. So there is no guarantee in any way, shape, or form that they don't have one or two warheads, and they're not holding hypersonics in reserve. Meanwhile, they've cracked the Iron Dome because the expenditure to replenish those missiles and the time frame and logistics involved in replacing them appears not to be there. So we're looking at,
right.
I think the president and the administration are and the brains are handling it the best way. We've got all the time in the world. And you want to fuck around and find out? You want to, if it traces back to you events in this country, woe be to you, Netanyahu. If it traces back to Iranian-backed trained insurgents in this country, woe be to you, Iran. But I think either way, if we were to step in and start hitting hardened facilities, we need to be doing it with the evidence to show the world we have justification at this point. Not just because Israel blew the dog whistle and the typical usual actors stepped up to scream, we've got to help them now. Because I don't care what it says in the Bible. Supporting or defending the Jew is one thing if they are under undue attack. By all means. No one ever can accuse me of being anti-Semitic. But when it comes to ideological regimes that are serving the globalist agenda, well, you can kiss my ruby red ass. And that's what America is basically saying in this instance. You're not going to get us to jump in willy-nilly. If we jump in, there's going to be a reason. And you're both going to be breathing very hard at that time. And then we're going to dictate the terms. Simple.
This is about to get really interesting. And then July 4th is the celebration, right? So I would imagine the meat and the bones of this will be wrapped up in at that point, you think? Or do you think this, depending on who I talk to, some people are telling me July 4th, a lot of this will be wrapped up. Others are telling me this is going to go on for months.
It could go on for months, but I see a reason for it being wrapped up, and that is the announcements of the BRICS nations coming on the 6th and 7th. The 4th of July is on a Friday. The markets close on a Thursday here. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, days off. Other markets are open 24/7 in the Far East and other areas in the world. Bottom line, what effect is their announcement of going off the petrodollar as the reserve currency going to have on us?
So this is going to be big what BRICS decides right here in the next.
Right. Well, they've already decided. They're just making their announcement on it. But nobody's talking about that. Nobody's looking at that because that means a lot of panic and stupid moves on the in Wall Street. And Wall Street's a joke at this point. Again, 80% of Wall Street is financed by less than 1%. The other 20% is all of you out there who are heavily invested in the stock market. I would secure safe positions today if I could, if I were in your shoes. Just my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying if it were me, I'd be doing that, putting it into real hard assets, low yield or zero yield, such as precious metals, that would maintain your wealth, if not increase it in the long run. But if you don't want to lose a few $100,000, a few million, if you're that kind of investor, I'd be very careful of what I have in that based on these announcements coming on the 6th and 7th. When you're going off the reserve currency of the petrodollar and going to full gold backing, back to transactions and full gold backing for your currencies, we've got, again, President Trump, before he was elected, was saying we have got to move into this new realm and we've got to dominate it. So I think all of this is playing out. In truth, it will all serve that agenda to secure this country, not only in our commercial foundation, but it'll set a foundation for the future where we will compete at the top level, remain the #1 economy on the planet, and dominate the gold-backed market and the newer ways of doing transactions. Again, that's out there ad nauseum. I'm not saying this era, stop all that. There are aspects of that, yes, that apply. That has a whole different history. And no, you're not going to sit on your ass and collect money and watch everything be no, it's not going to work that way. None of this is done without pain and pressure on everyone here and abroad. It's not going to be a painless transition. And too many believe it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is something. Go ahead. This is something that's you're going to rip the Band-Aid. It's going to be a lot of pain for now, and it's going to be brutal, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. But it's for the betterment of the country.
Absolutely. I would rather suffer the pain for my children, your children, everyone's children and grandchildren. I would rather in my opinion, we should take the brunt now so that our future within the coming months and years becomes far brighter, and that for our children and grandchildren becomes something we're not even imagining right now. Yeah, people be very aware of all of this playing out. Be very aware of the threats that exist within this country. Be very aware of what you see unfolding in the Middle East, because the posture of sitting back and watching and waiting, I think, will benefit the entire situation in the end. Are we going to have a Cuban Missile Crisis moment? Chances are, with the back and forth, that's what it's going to come to. It's been expected that happens. But in the end, no matter what happens, we're going to get through it.
Amen.
This week, in total secrecy, the 71st Bilderberg meeting was held at a luxury hotel in Stockholm, Sweden. No press conferences, no public oversight. just a carefully selected group of global elites, tech billionaires, royals, intelligence chiefs, and unelected bureaucrats. And according to a whistleblower from inside the meeting, the agenda was clear. They officially endorsed the outbreak of World War III, intended not just to redraw borders, but to reduce and reshape Western nations, clearing the path for something far more sinister, a one-world government. And in the days since that decision, the world has already been turned upside down. War has erupted between Israel and Iran. Alliances are fracturing. Escalation is accelerating. It's not coincidence, it's choreography. And here's the chilling part. The blueprint for global rule, the plan to collapse the old world and replace it with a centralized technocratic regime, has never been this detailed or this close. Earlier this week, the global elites gathered once again, this time in total secrecy, at a luxury hotel in Stockholm for the 71st Bilderberg meeting. On the guest list, Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, the top brass from the World Economic Forum, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, the founders of Palantir, senior executives from the WF and the WHO, US politicians from both sides of the aisle, and a whole lot more. And what's on the agenda? Depopulation and replacement migration. Yes, you heard that right. After 71 years, they're openly discussing how to reduce populations and reshape the demographics of the West. No wonder globalists from the US and Canada went to desperate lengths to avoid being seen. And yet, not a single headline in the mainstream press, not a single camera, no questions, no accountability. Why? The Bilderberg Group operates under Chatham House rules, meaning the media are barred from covering these meetings. But many of the very journalists who work for legacy outlets like New York Times, The Economist and Bloomberg are actually in the room. Think about that. The people who are supposed to hold power to account are sipping cocktails with power behind closed doors. They are invited to attend, but they're not allowed to report on anything they see or hear. That alone should tell you everything you need to know about who they really are. Mainstream journalists are not watchdogs, they're collaborators. They're not there to shine a light on the powerful, they're there to shield them from it.
Of the entire world.
This isn't journalism, this is complicity. And this is why the rise of citizen journalists and independent media is vital in destroying the New World Order and holding globalists to account. Shadowy intelligence operatives and military-linked power players were present at Bilderberg this year, reportedly to finalise plans for triggering World War III. A final global catastrophe the elite believe they need to pave the way for a new world order. According to a whistleblower with knowledge of the closed-door sessions, the presence of Palantir co-founders Peter Thiel and Alex Karp was no coincidence. Both men are on the record advocating for the US to open not one, not two, but a three-front war, a military fantasy that borders on suicidal. Anyone with a shred of military understanding knows that a two-front war is a massive gamble. A three-front war? That's not a strategy, it's sabotage. These globalist billionaires aren't even pretending to prioritise peace, stability or national interests. Their agenda is clear. Plunge the US and the broader Western world into chaos and collapse. Then reshape what remains in their image. Exactly as the Bilderberg Group made clear in the first meeting in 1954. They're not hiding it anymore. The masks are off. And, according to well-placed sources on the inside, what we're seeing is nothing short of a deliberate march towards engineered destruction. The plan to use global war as a gateway to a one-world government isn't new. It's been in the works for centuries, quietly passed down through think tanks, dynasties and secretive summits. Now, the globalists are putting the final pieces in place. This year's Bilderberg meeting in Sweden will go down in history as the moment the elites gave their silent approval, the green light to ignite World War III. Not as a last resort, but as a calculated step towards collapsing the old world and constructing a new world order in its place.
But I think it's of the utmost importance to cover this particular event, because what we're talking about here, what we're dealing with, is around 120 people on average. And these are some of the most powerful and influential people in the world. We're talking about the heads of finance, heads of military, the politicians and royalty and media moguls, and a lot of people who can really pull the strings on world-shaping events. So often when you come, you get an idea of some of the things you can expect to see in the near future just by simply paying attention to who they are inviting.
The pieces are moving. The infrastructure of control is being built under the cover of war. According to a source on the inside, the mood behind closed doors wasn't just tense, it was apocalyptic.
You want to know their plan? All right, but you need to understand, this isn't just speculation anymore. I was there, and the things they were talking about have already started happening. You've got to understand, these people are on edge. These aren't the smug, untouchable elites you see on magazine covers. Not anymore. They're jittery and paranoid, afraid the trap they set for the world is about to snap shut on them instead. Klaus Schwab has already been pushed aside. He failed to deliver the outcomes they needed fast enough. And now, the others are panicking. There's real fear among them. They know 2025 is the year the world must change dramatically. Or no more slow burn strategies, no more half measures. They're limited proxy wars. This time, it's all or nothing. On the first day of the summit, before the cocktails were even finished, they gave the green light for Israel to escalate. I watched them raise their glasses, laughing and toasting as if it were some kind of twisted celebration, a champagne-fueled send-off for the start of a war that could end. They wanted to spiral. They wanted to drag in the US, then Russia, then China, and finally the rest of the world. A full-scale holy war. One that fractures every system, every alliance, every illusion of order we still cling to. They've set the dominoes up, and all it takes is one push. They even spoke openly, gleefully, about the use of next-generation weapons. The kind that don't just wipe out cities, they wipe out continents. If the US takes the bait, we're looking at wastelands where nations once stood.
The only No Kings protest we need right now should be aimed directly at the people behind those Bilderberg doors. Strip away the secrecy, end the Chatham House rules, shine a light on the unelected, unaccountable elites who pretend to rule with benevolence while eroding every cornerstone of free society. They don't speak for us, they weren't chosen by us, and they have no right to shape the future for us. They are illegitimate kings of the modern age. And the irony is, while they cloak themselves in secrecy to protect their power, it's their very secrecy that reveals the truth of who they are. And the tide is beginning to turn. More and more people are waking up, and they're not staying silent. On his way to Israel after authorizing the war, Peter Thiel was confronted by a member of the public, called out face to face for his meetings with Jeffrey Epstein and his role in the unfolding chaos. The era of quiet complicity is coming to an end. The 1% of the 1% and their loyal foot soldiers in the media and political classes are marching in lockstep. To them, the Great Reset isn't a theory, it's a mission. And the faster they can dissolve national borders, reduce the Western population, and usher in a global government, the better. The fact that ordinary people reject their twisted, almost fantastical vision doesn't faze them in the slightest. Their detachment from humanity is so complete, they see public resistance not as a warning, but as an obstacle to crush. But the future isn't theirs to claim, and no matter how fiercely they tighten their grip, the world is stirring. People are waking up. And we're not just demanding answers anymore, we want justice, real justice.
Tomorrow, June 21st, is the summer solstice, and every year the Satanists like to have some big fire sacrifice event to commemorate the summer solstice. And obviously this year is the big attack on Iran, but it's blowing up in their faces big time. There's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, the whole world knows that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, and so we have to attack them immediately for more than 30 years. And so nobody's being fooled. Now, the other thing that we need to note is that on June 11th, Netanyahu was in court facing criminal charges, and he said, "Oh, I feel sick," and they postponed the court date. The next day, he nearly lost an election, a vote in the Israeli parliament, and lost power. So basically, he tried to start this Iran war in part to get, avoid going to jail, and also avoid a complete collapse of his regime, which would mean, of course, jail and war crimes charges for him and his cabinet, and they're very desperately trying to avoid this. Turkey Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Russia, all these countries are aligned with Iran. And that means that militarily, Israel cannot hope to prevail, even if the U.S. Central Command tries to do something. They just don't have the power, and they don't have the support. Saudi Arabia is allowing Iranian flights to attack Israel over their territory, but they're not allowing Israeli flights over their territory to attack Iran. So that should tell people what's going on. But I think the bigger story is still that the United States corporation and its Zionist owners are bankrupt, and they're trying very hard to avoid declaring bankruptcy by starting World War III. And it's not going to happen. What is clear is that the United States in its current form cannot be reformed. They cannot save themselves from declaring bankruptcy. Discretionary spending is only 15% of their budget. It's not enough to deal with it. Even all these DOGE cuts were only a fraction of the debt. The U.S. now pays more money on interest than it does on defense. And remember, they shouldn't be paying any interest. The U.S. government should be producing its own money and not borrowing from Zionist bankers. So the United States is in a state of hopeless debt slavery, and there's no way around it. The Dragon family offer of unlimited or virtually unlimited funding is still on the table, but we just need to wait for this entire thing to collapse, and it will collapse. The G7 had their big meeting this week in Canada, and they invited, a lot of other countries. But if I look at their statements and everything, they're basically not really influential anymore. The biggest takeaways I had was that Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada did not mention carbon credits or climate change, and DEI was removed from the list. So that indicates that there has been a fundamental shift in policy direction away from that. So that's a good sign. But Donald Trump showed up, but he refused to meet Macron and Zelensky. In other words, he did not want to talk to the Rothschilds in Europe, and left without doing that. So we're still stuck with the French Rothschilds and their little group of European and Canadian politicians under their control. But they do have to negotiate a surrender or some kind of deal, because nothing else is going to work. China and the U.S. both need to have a jubilee. They need to reboot their respective financial and economic systems. And, the mechanisms are there, but so far the decision-making hasn't reached the crisis level we need for it to happen. So it looks like we're going to keep watching an implosion of the United States over the coming month or so. I don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly there's still some residues that have to be dealt with. The U.S. military has been authorized to take action inside California. This is huge development. The Trump administration or the U.S. military is saying they're justifying this because it's a foreign invasion. They're probably right, but I'm hoping this will mean a white hat takeover of the Silicon Valley complex, so that the internet can continue to provide us with truth and freedom of information and all the good things that it does. But overall, I think the conclusion we need to reach is that the situation with Iran is not going to lead to a nuclear war. The Zionists are not going to be able to start some kind of Holocaust event.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Kim Gogan has just posted her usual nonsense. I want to know what you make of this statement she put out tonight. It says, intelligence agency statement, their massive campaign began late last night, early morning. Pentagon is at DEFCON 1 as they hit, quote, the wrong button, which pointed sophisticated weapons straight at D.C. Pentagon and Langley within the last hour. Pentagon got caught firing weapons from Israel to Iran and vice versa. It is not the Israelis/Iranians, it's the Americans. There is another planned assassination attempt on fake Trump planned for tomorrow to be blamed on the Russians. We are in the full heat of things at this moment. We have this. Stay tuned and stay safe. I will do my best to get a report out in the morning, worst case out by the end of Sunday. In all the time I've been doing this, it has never been this bad. What are your thoughts on this statement?
I don't have her sources, or I'm not sure if it's a her or artificial intelligence, but what is clear is that there's been a huge push by the Zionists. It's sort of like what they call a Hail Mary attempt to get out of their trouble by starting World War III. They've called in all their agents. I forgot to mention this during my talk, but both the Iranians and the British intelligence confirmed that, as well as Mossad, that a huge number of senior Iranian officials have fled Iran to Canada and the United States. In other words, this big attack kind of blew open their network in Iran, and so now what's happening is their network in the United States is on full hysterical start the World War III mode, and they're exposing themselves, and it's a very dangerous time. But it's not about, you know, the Pentagon attacking Iran. It's about a faction that has influence in all the Western countries as well as Israel, fighting against the sane, rational people in the military and intelligence establishment who understand that no matter what, we must not let them start Armageddon or a nuclear holocaust. And the Iranians are aware of this too. And I also, another thing I neglected to mention is that the U.S. aircraft Nimitz has been sent to the Middle East. Now that's the 4th aircraft carrier. You notice that we've not seen any more reports about the Eisenhower or the Carl Vinson or the Truman. It's like they've disappeared from the news radar. I think they're basically being turned into useless hulks. And the warning I got over the Nimitz is that they're going to use it for a false flag. The Israelis are going to try to blow it up and blame it on Iran to somehow try to fool the Americans into starting war with Iran. No matter what these people do, we must what they want. It's not what we want. This is going to end. We're watching the final implosion. So just, you know, try not to get too distracted by negative news and concentrate on, you know, all the good stuff that is happening and will continue to happen. These people are on their last legs. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Israel will finally end and will be replaced by the nation state of Judea, and the United States corporation will be replaced by the Republic of North America. That will, you know, once again be a sane, law-abiding, friendly country to the rest of the world. That's what we're aiming for.
Hi guys, I'm at Caddis C3. The next series of posts are about this very dark, evil civilization, ancient civilization, underground, under Iran, and the destruction of the remnants of this old technology. Underneath Iran, Iraq, and the Middle East, there's an old civilization deep, deep underground. There's a very dark part of this old tech that was creating awful, dark, evil frequencies, and that's how you have these things that's satanic. Because people are listening to these vibrations, that's why you have these occults in the world. Deep underneath Iran, a huge, gigantic war took place millions of years ago. Underneath this old civilization are still relics from the evil energy, the old tech they were using to control humans. For thousands of years, there's war inside Iran, inside the Middle East, where people, because of the old vibrations, the old tech. So what Trump and the White Hats are doing is taking down this old structure and taking over all the bases underneath the world. Trump is bombing the shite out of that region. And there's a lot to back that up. So here's a post from Dan Scavino, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber, March 25th, 2025. White Hats White Hat bombs created an earthquake. The only people that can carry this huge, immense 30,000-pound bomb is the USB-2 stealth bomber. People call it the Spirit Bomber. There's operations in Diego Garcia with the stealth bombers. They want to destroy that advanced base underground. They want to destroy the whole computer systems down there. It's a huge, gigantic technology. They're trying to bring down that vibration that's been controlling the Middle East and controlling humans like mind control. They want to destroy the base. So they dropped that bomb and it created a huge vibration. It creates an earthquake. It's a bunker buster is what they're dropping. So she has another post here regarding the energy, the dark vibrational energy that is underneath that part of Iran that they need to take out. In Lord of the Rings, at the Council of Elrond, Frodo brings the one ring of Sauron, devil. He places it in the center of the meeting of elves, wizard Gandalf, dwarves, and King Aragorn, as they decide how to get rid of this evil ring. In the meeting, they start yelling at each other because the malevolence in the devil's ring stirs up their darkest behaviors. It's a perfect illustration of what's been going on in the Middle East. Those poor people with this ancient evil tech under them, perpetual wars, agony, torture, and worse. Thank God for Q Team and Q+, that's Trump, who are destroying this evil. And here's a post from Gene Decode. They don't just feed off us physically. They feed off our energy. It's called loosh. They literally will park their ships over war fields and bring in misery. Those are the reptilians he's referring to. They need to create these factions, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and different groups so they can get hate and agony. And some more information about those operations. You've got that right, Carol. Our brave special forces and MWDs march into those God-forsaken tunnels, save the innocents, grab the evidence and assets, and then blow them up. And they are at a depth of 10, 12, and 15 kilometers. So the tunnels that were built by the military-industrial complex, along with the deep underground military bases and gosh knows what else, cities, they are all at a depth of 10 kilometers. So if you look at a map of earthquakes and you see where the earthquakes are at a depth of 10 kilometers, you could make a pretty good guess that that is a dome being blown up. Because most earthquakes are like 300 kilometers. They're never shallow like that. If they are, it's probably man-made. And this is a post from the Storm Rider 61625. The missiles came in from Iran, but they staged an attack inside the Israeli Pentagon. They put explosives in there. They blew up all the data, the blackmail data they have on elites around the world. The pedo operations, extortion operations, blown up. Same thing in Iran. Underneath Iran was an Israeli base. A lot of the ops you're seeing in Israel, Iran, is them destroying their own data systems, computers, all their operations, because they know the White Hat's ops is coming closer. Netanyahu intentionally exploded his own house. He has a huge web that goes underground. Also, ops that talks with CIA, Mossad, MI6, fiber optics, satellite systems. He destroyed it all. So the war that he started is a cover, in part, to cover up and destroy evidence. And if you take a look at this post, this is showing the magnitude 5.1 earthquake that took place on 6/20/25 yesterday, 10 miles from Sorka in Iran. You can see the map there, and you can see the depth, 10 kilometers. Okay, here's a map of the Middle East with Iran in the center. This is at Raspberry Sheikh. It shows all the earthquakes and their depths. So I circled it in blue. Those were clusters of probably within the last week earthquakes, mostly in the past few days. All of them are at least 10 kilometers or less. So something's being done underground in Iran. And these have to be bunker busters for anything to go that hard and that deep underground and destroy stuff. So this is the real war that's going on between the white hats and the dark hats. And by the way, this is from U.S. Homeland Security News today. Alert, 6 U.S. military B-2 nuclear stealth bombers from Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri, launched and refueled mid-flight, likely due to heavy payloads. Bunker busters. And here's another post from U.S. Homeland Security News. Update, B-2 stealth bombers estimated timeline. You can see that they are heading out towards the Middle East, and looks like their destination is Iran, same area where all those other earthquakes took place. And whether this is related or not, I don't know, but I do remember Hillary Clinton in the WikiLeaks talking about a discovery of the tomb of Gilgamesh, and I think it was Iran, possibly Iraq. I found this post. This is a post on X, or the old Twitter, and it's a little video about that. I'm going to go ahead and play that, and whether it's connected or not, again, I don't know, but I have a feeling it is. So here's another post on Twitter that's in response to the Gilgamesh video post. And this is another video called Giants and Their Superior Ancient Technology. So they're finding the remnants of the Nephilim possibly in Iran, and then now we see that there's ancient technology giving off evil vibrations possibly. Just goes to show you, it's all biblical.
Fox News alert, there's been an earthquake in Iran, 5.1 magnitude right outside the capital. But the war isn't slowing down. Iranian missiles hitting cities in Israel, one missile hitting an Israeli daycare center. The USS Nimitz carrier strike group arrives in the region this weekend, doubling the number of aircraft carriers there. Trump telling reporters that 2 weeks isn't a deadline. Anything could happen before then.
Global Military Alliance arresting, holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal, political and global elites charged with U.S. military and D.C. police preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino and Julian Assange on Telegram. Judy, note, word was that Flag Day, 14th of June, Saturday's 250th year celebration for the U.S. Army, was not for a show of military force as advertised, but was actually a military operation that arrested and removed around 80 treasonous members of Congress on 10 military helicopters that flew over the parade on their way to Gitmo. The Congress people had been charged with various crimes, what we think we know as of Tuesday, June 17, 2025. Monday, June 16, President Trump makes history with his first visit to the great 51st state, Canada. Borders fade, bonds deepen, two nations unite under one flag, embracing a shared destiny. Welcome home, neighbors. Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. And Monday, June 16, with the Global Military Alliance arresting and holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal political and global elites, the U.S. military and D.C. police were preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, Julian Assange on Telegram. And Monday, June 16th, former President Obama has been sent to Gitmo, a done deal, charged with crimes against humanity and election interference. Mainstream media is keeping this hidden. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Gitmo TV released the exclusive footage on their Telegram channel. On June 10, 2015, Trump authorized full military deployment to reclaim LA from cartel-backed protest coordination. Foreign intelligence services and Soros-financed agents, encrypted networks linked to Qatar, Brussels, and Zurich, directed street-level operations via Antifa and WEF-sponsored proxies. Monday, June 16th, Black Hawk squadrons now control the airspace. Camp Pendleton armor has locked down key intersections. Cartel leaders embedded in activist safe zones were eliminated in precision strikes. And Monday, June 16th, JAG is investigating state-level officials, including Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, for foreign collusion and sedition. Monday, June 16th, with Project Odin now aligned over 5 orbital nodes and Starlink quantum control asserting dominion over global communications, we enter the execution phase of the post-Cabal restructuring. This is no longer preparation, this is deployment. Jasara Nasara, QFS on Telegram. Why Starlink matters now more than ever. While the world debates social media bans and election tampering, they remain blind to the true mechanism being installed, a decentralized military encrypted communication grid that overrides terrestrial infrastructure. Starlink is not for better Wi-Fi, it's the backbone of global liberation. From QFS routing to Medbed command to Project Odin transmission, Starlink is the primary operating system of the new Earth. Quantum financial system. Silent but active, the quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. Since May 2025, over 230 million biometric wallets have been silently initialized, awaiting final user verification. IMF regional offices have already received Quantum Bridge layered data packets and ISO 20022 tokens into sovereign test environments. What does this mean? Traditional SWIFT networks are being bypassed. CBDC programs by central banks are being quarantined. All non-asset-backed currencies are entering their sunset phase. Every wallet in QFS is paired with a quantum biometric ID. No password, no fraud, no hacking, only sovereign access. Why the silence? Why no public announcements? Because this is a controlled demolition of perception. The people cannot be told, they must be shown. The EBS will not just deliver information, it will collapse false paradigms in real time. Within that 10-day broadcast, global financial crimes will be exposed. Vatican money laundering rings will be mapped. Secret CIA-operated satellite nodes will be named and disabled. The origin of media brainwashing fully disclosed. False flag operations from the last 20 years verified and admitted. Project Mockingbird and the blackmail matrix revealed to all. Next steps already scheduled behind the curtain. June 15th to the 25th, high-level arrests in Canada, Italy, and Australia. Pre-disclosure phase. June 30th, satellite transfer protocol finalization. Full control to Space Force. July 4th, Jasara implementation declaration. Coordinated global signal via QFS. July 5th to the 14th, QFS mass biometric sync rollout. Rainbow currency activation, and the old guards, their tools, their banks, their courts are falling with it. The IRS is dissolving. Your debts are already logged for forgiveness. Your QFS account is not something to wait for. It already exists. The question is, are you ready to activate it? The data will pour in fast. The broadcast will be heavy. The emotional weight will break many. Monday, June 16th, the chaos on the surface masks the grid rewrite beneath. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Gulf markets tumbled early today. Qatar down 2.9%. Kuwait off 4.3%. Saudi nearly 3.6%. Spurred by the latest Iran-Israel escalation, headlines blame missiles. Mr. Poole Intel says it's a shutdown test of legacy liquidity rails tied to Gulf reserves being rerouted into QFS asset mapping nodes. Israel and Iran traded deadly strikes for first daylight sirens over Tel Aviv, oil depots hit in Tehran. But here's what they're not telling you. Gulf central banks quietly unplugged SWIFT gateways in parallel with sirens sounding, remapping digital reserves into quantum secured vaults. Satellite-fed QFS nodes in Dubai, Doha, Manama are handling the flow. Overnight billions were rerouted without triggering public alerts. Rustling in Riyadh's asset chambers, gold-backed rainbow tokens linked to Gulf reserves silently activated today. Not announced, but logged in QFS ledgers. This is not conflict, it's operational reset under fire. Missiles provide cover, markets react in panic, and the QFS increments its commander over global reserves, one silent transaction at a time. Everyone panics over oil prices. We track leaks in the legacy system. They call it war, we call it recalibration. Today proves the truth. They can launch missiles, they can crash markets, but they cannot stop the quantum grid from extracting and securing the real value. Monday, June 2nd, the new global quantum financial system, 17th letter on Telegram. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 nations marks the beginning of the greatest financial transition in modern history. The world is about to witness the birth of a new, fair, and gold-backed financial system under GESARA. For decades, global currencies were manipulated to serve the few. Countries were trapped in cycles of debt with their wealth extracted through central banks and fiat deception. That ends now. The treaty also unlocks a prosperity fund to finance humanitarian projects worldwide, schools, housing, and restoration. A wealth redistribution program will ensure that every individual on Earth receives a share, not just countries, but people. Every QFS account is linked to the individual's owner's biometric ID. Every transaction is instant, uncorrupted, and untraceable by outside forces. The Stellar Network opens access to secret, secure digital wallets, even in the most remote corners of the world. Individuals no longer need permission from corrupted systems to participate in the global economy. QFS debit cards secured by biometric verification and quantum encryption are replacing them permanently. No more fraud, no more hidden fees, no more theft disguised as bank. The quantum internet is a new infrastructure immune to hacking, censorship, or surveillance. Military units are now overseeing the logistics, security, and data coordination of the RV rollout. Secure transport of physical currency, protection of financial institutions, and quantum-level fraud prevention systems are already in motion. All it is being done is in tandem with international regulators to ensure lawful transition. Training has been underway for months. Financial authorities, central bank whistleblowers, and white hat insiders are guiding the shift. Military intelligence teams are tracking illicit money flows and freezing cabal assets as we speak. The old system is disintegrating as banks collapse, payment giants are stripped of power, and corrupt financial elites are being dragged to military tribunals at Gitmo. Executives are being removed, their wealth seized, and their crimes archived as evidence for tribunals that are already underway. The banks were engines of global exploitation. Deutsche Bank, HSBC, JP Morgan names that laundered trillions from the cabal are being neutralized. The days of Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and Stripe exploiting humanity are ending. Everything you knew about money, credit, and ownership is being rewritten from the ground up. The treaty signed unlocks the revaluation of currencies, some down but some up, like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. Monday, June 16th, the collapse of the legacy banking system. Since June 1st, over 2,100 banks worldwide have been quietly delisted, absorbed, or shuttered due to non-compliance with Basel IV and QFS integration standards. These are not random closures. They are part of a synchronized takedown of the fiat infrastructure. Every financial institution that failed to back its deposits with verifiable hard assets is being purged. Germany, the Deutsche Bank restructuring is a smokescreen for a full QFS audit. Canada, RBC, and TD are under military monitoring for historical money laundering operations. U.S. regional banks are being merged into Treasury-controlled holding zones, preparing for rainbow currency wallet release. Military courts and hidden currency crimes. Military tribunals now operational in over 17 nations are hearing evidence of currency crimes tied to Rothschild clearinghouses and sovereign bond manipulations. The International Court of Justice, once a puppet of the cabal, has been neutralized. In its place, a global military court alliance headquartered within the quantum justice grid. This grid is already linked with QFS transaction logs, biometric ID verification of bad actors, historical tax theft records tied to IRS and IMF and Vatican-controlled black trust accounts. Everything is traceable, nothing can be erased. Activation path from sovereign verification to redemption access. The system is being designed to be precise, fair, and tamper-proof. Here's how it works. Number 1, biometric verification. Your identity is linked to your sovereign QFS profile. Number 2, historical financial audit. The system scans past transactions, identifying stolen value. Number 3, debt reconciliation. Mortgages, loans, and fraudulent taxes are logged for forgiveness. All of this happens without banks, without paperwork, and without middlemen. What comes next and what to watch for. June 17th to the 23rd, coordinated media shutdowns in 5 countries, test of the final ABS override. June 25th, secure drop of Vatican Black Ledger files. Public release via QFS channel. July 1st through 3rd, mass activation of gold certificates in Northern America, American QFS wallets. July 4th, declaration of planetary jubilee and full EBS broadcast release begins. July 5th onward, Treasury-backed rainbow notes become primary medium of exchange. Fiat currencies enter terminal phase. This isn't speculation, this is rollout. Every name is logged, every crime is recorded, every redemption has a destination. If you're reading this, you were chosen to witness it and help others navigate it. Stay alert, stay aligned. The future is no longer controlled by central banks. It's controlled by mathematical truth and the will of the people. The QFS is no longer coming, it's already operational, and the entire world is being erased beneath your feet. Restored Republic. Monday, June 16th, Trump gave the go order. ICE officers are hereby ordered to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history. To ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, the Pentagon, get the job done. DJT. If that's not a go signal, I don't know what is. But let's not forget what just happened a few days ago. On June 7th, we had that presidential memo authorizing the use of Title 10 military force to protect DHS operations. And then U.S. Northcom confirmed 2,000 California Guard troops federalized and deployed under Task Force 51 in Los Angeles, and their mission to protect federal functions from organized insurgency. To me, this is no longer hypothetical. This is the storm operationalizing in real time. And what we're about to see is what Q told us. The only way is the military. Q. Captain Kyle on Telegram.
G7 summit in Canada is under intense scrutiny as leaders confront deep divisions and a changing global order, with the US under Trump clashing with its 6 allies on key issues: Ukraine, Gaza, trade, climate. The bloc's unity is being tested. The rise of the global south, along with China-Russia strategic ties, and the expanding of BRICS, which Vietnam has now joined, challenges the G7's long-held dominance. Host Canada is even dropping its usual comprehensive communique, opting instead for chair summaries, signalling the difficulty of forging consensus in today's multipolar world.
The conflict between all of these G7s and G whatevers and all the rest of it, if you just take the United States of America Corporation and the Republic of the United States, they are in conflict right now. And when you see through that, at the moment, Donald Trump is leading, as the commander-in-chief, the constitutional Republic of the United States. But you still have, behind the scenes, the corporation of the United States, where their little pieces of the cabal, the deep state, that are absolutely pushing for war. The constitutional republic doesn't want war. The corporation needs war. And that's just America. And when you can see that clearly, you can see what's going on. And because it's a game of chess, What the Republic doesn't do, the Constitutional Republic doesn't do, it doesn't hold up all its cards. It doesn't show all its cards. It pretends to go along with the corporation to lull them into a false sense of security. And then sets a trap and they jump in with both feet. It's happened time and time again. So don't lose faith. Remember that God is in control and not AI.
Sunday, June 15th, red alert. Snowden activates DEFCON 1, nuclear holocaust blueprint exposed. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just detonated the most classified transmission of our lifetime. This isn't a leak, it's a full-blown survival protocol. The elites have initiated the final phase. Nuclear holocaust is the ultimate global reset. The clock is seconds from midnight. Snowden confirms the globalist war machine has positioned the world at DEFCON 1. A single strike will unleash global annihilation. Cities vaporized, continents drowned in radioactive clouds, nuclear winter collapsing agriculture. The system is designed for one purpose: extermination. While you freeze in darkness, the architects of this apocalypse, intelligence operatives, defense contractors, career warmongers, and globalist financiers will hide in fortified bunkers, sipping wine as humanity burns. This is not madness, this is calculation. Snowden, this is not theoretical. Snowden's transmission exposes operational intelligence. The system is executing its blueprint flawlessly. Eliminate resistance, collapse nations, reset civilization. Trump, the final firewall. Snowden identifies the last obstacle standing, Donald J. Trump. He's defied Bush, Obama, Biden. He rejected endless wars and dismantled their war economy. Iran ignites, Iraq destabilizes, the trap is set. U.S. embassies prepare for evacuation. The stage is built for total war. The deep state wants Trump removed to greenlight annihilation, but Trump refuses to kneel. Monday, June 16th. Marines detain 31 insurrectionists in Los Angeles. The deep state just got slaughtered on the streets of Los Angeles. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. United States Marines operating with National Guard and Homeland Security have taken down 31 paid domestic terrorists who were lighting fires, smashing property, and attacking federal agents. These were not protesters. These were hired insurrectionists deployed to sabotage Trump's deportation agenda. As thousands prepare for nationwide riots, alongside today's massive military parade in D.C., 4,700 Marines and Guardsmen are crushing chaos in Los Angeles. Trump activated the Marines under Title X after masked militants assaulted ICE and National Guard troops. This is direct warfare on American soil. A White Hat Inside Task Force 51 confirmed. 31 enemy agents have been indefinitely detained. They threw stones, Molotov cocktails, torched businesses, looted, and recruited more criminals. Their mission: destabilize the nation from within. Undercover Homeland Security agents infiltrated these traitors and attended a secret meeting on June 9th inside an LA warehouse. The leader, Thomas Lavoie, longtime Antifa commander, backed by Act Blue and George Soros' money. Lavoie promised legal action for all who participated. Their orders: burn government vehicles, trap federal agents, attack military forces. Homeland agents secretly captured photographs of 75 conspirators, many unmasked, many armed. Lavoie handed out crates of masks for street violence. These images were immediately sent to Trump, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. The president gave the green light. Apprehend and contain. Between June 10th and 12th, Marines from 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment launched full-scale urban sweeps. Nearly half of the warehouse conspirators, including Lavoie and his lieutenants, were captured during active terror operations. They are now imprisoned at ISIS Adelanto Processing Center. The cabal's army is being systematically dismantled, and this is the opening salvo. The storm has breached their walls. Next targets, D.C., New York, Chicago. No mercy, no escape. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, June 16th. Iranian nuclear reactor destroyed by earthquake. We have a link at Majid KSA on X. I swear the Iranian Fordo nuclear reactor, the most important site, was successfully destroyed. A 2.5 magnitude earthquake struck near Iran's Fordo nuclear facility.
Just to give heads up to what Charlie was saying, here's an Israeli bunker. Now, this is 150 feet down in Tel Aviv. And as you can see, that's fairly scary because it's been collapsed inwards. Now, even more scary and might get you very nervous is the fact that the US Navy is on its way. There you go, the Nimitz, which is due to be decommissioned next year. So that's slightly troubling. One other aircraft carrier, and it's being escorted by the United Kingdom's Prince of Wales. That is on the way to the Middle East. And the other thing as well is a lot of the refueling tankers, the planes that refuel planes in midair. America and Lindsey Graham and the State Department are sending them all. They're all off. Now, everybody says they're going to NATO exercises. But those NATO exercises, Charlie, are in Finland. And of course, these planes are landing in Spain and then going on to Akrotiri Air Force Base in Cyprus.
And for anybody who wants to actually check these facts out, you only have to go onto Flight Radar and research Rota, which is the US base in southern Spain, where every one of these planes lands to refuel, having crossed the Atlantic, before heading down to Cyprus, because they can't land in Israel anymore at the Ben Gurion airport because it doesn't exist anymore. And it's very, very easy to track these planes. Yes, they turn their transponders off every now and then, but they pop back on again and they go off and on and off and on. And I've been tracking these planes now for over 4 years that come in and out of Rota. The C-17 Globemasters have been coming in en masse, going out en masse, and coming down into the Mediterranean for a very long time. And as Warren rightly points out, this is not a training exercise. This is real life. But it's real life in a pantomime. So don't live in fear. Understand that everything is under control. But from an outside point of view, if you're watching the news...
Iran and Israel have continued to exchange strikes for a fifth straight day, with Iran's Revolutionary Guards claiming projectile attacks on Mossad and Israeli military intelligence facilities in Tel Aviv. Israel also struck Iran's state broadcaster, with footage showing a presenter fleeing mid-broadcast. The IAEA has reported extensive damage to Iran's Natanz uranium enrichment plant from Israeli strikes, while Iran warns of further retaliation. President Trump left the G7 summit in Canada early as the conflict escalated, urging all civilians to evacuate Tehran and stating he seeks better than a ceasefire, calling for Iran to abandon its nuclear program. Trump denied any outreach for peace talks and emphasized that Iran should have accepted a previous deal. US officials confirmed that while Trump convened the National Security Council, the US is not joining the Israeli offensive. G7 leaders issued a joint statement urging de-escalation across the Middle East and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, but stopped short of calling for one between Israel and Iran. Iran, meanwhile, has said it will only return to nuclear negotiations if Israeli attacks stop.
Monday, June 16, 2025, 12,000 U.S. paratroopers deployed. Middle East on the brink. QFS grid enters combat protocol. QFS on Telegram. The warning signs are no longer subtle. As of June 14th, over 12,000 elite U.S. paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne and 173rd Brigade have been deployed to undisclosed Middle East borders. This is not training. This is not theater. This is combat staging. And it's unfolding fast. Why now? Because the region is reaching ignition point. Iran's IRGC is mobilizing near the Iraq-Syria corridor. Hezbollah is activating in southern Lebanon. Houthi drones are targeting Red Sea supply lines. Israel is simulating deep strikes. U.S.-Iran nuclear talks have collapsed, and now the U.S. military footprint has just shifted from deterrence to readiness. But this is not just about boots on the ground. This is a strategic move to lock down airspace, data corridors, and the financial grid. Sources confirm that QFS satellite coverage has been reinforced across the Middle East theater. Encrypted validators are now shielded by multi-layered defense systems as airborne command architecture is quietly being rerouted through secure QFS nodes. Make no mistake, the arrival of these troops signals a pivot point. Paratroopers are not peacekeepers. They're fast strike shock units sent in when ground must be seized. Communication secured and critical assets protected, often before the conflict becomes public. And in this case, those critical assets include digital infrastructure, including satellite relays, vault uplinks, and quantum secure financial gateways. Behind the scenes, CENTCOM is coordinating with allies in Saudi Arabia and Jordan. NATO assets are reinforcing logistic hubs, and the U.S. Fifth Fleet has repositioned. Everything is moving into place. Watch for these next signals. Activation of drone surveillance grids in Syria and Iraq. Movement of unmarked special forces from Djibouti or Cyprus. Deactivation of civilian radar corridors in high-risk zones. Carrier group shift toward the Strait of Hormuz. If these unfold in the next 72 hours, we're no longer in escalation, we're in transition. This is not weakness, this is operational dominance. The QFS is not just a financial network. It is now a protected national asset. And this military deployment ensures that, no matter what breaks out on the surface, the core system remains intact, sovereign, and unbreachable. Monday, June 16th. Don't be distracted by the missiles. Look at what's reloading. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The world sees Iran and Israel exchanging airstrikes, but the real offense is happening inside the network. Today's missiles. Israel struck Iranian nuclear and energy sites, while Iran retaliated with dual drone and missile volleys across central Israel. But here's what they're not reporting. Signal surge in the geopolitics grid. Satellite flux over the eastern Mediterranean spiked today, intercepted by Alliance quantum scan units. Not war preparation, but nodes being reconfigured to route QFS signals through Cyprus, Haifa, and Petra in real time, or Petra in real time. Why now? Because the energy blackout near South Pars was a code reset, cutting Iran off from deep state liquidity, while QFS satellites backfilled with asset-backed credit flows. Financial feedback patterns. The Dow plunged nearly 770 points. Oil surged over 7%. Gulf markets slid 3 to 4%. Not panic reactions, but forced rebalancing. Legacy systems are auto-purging corrupt liquidity, making way for QFS governance. Markets went down. QFS nodes went up. Israel's stock markets reopened after transactions were rerouted into quantum vault balance sheets. This is not a region at war, it's an operation in progress. Systems dismantling, nodes activating, old control collapsing purely from data withdrawal. Rockets scream, banks recalibrate, QFS consolidates the network without missing a beat. Here's the test. If you're just tracking casualties, you're asleep. If you're tracking signatures, you're watching the reset. Stay tuned. Monday, June 16th. Since we have new summer riots taking place nationwide, everyone needs to be aware of this. U.S. taxpayers paid $50 billion for the 2020 summer Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money Democrats laundered to NGOs. Elon Musk on Telegram. It's the same thing happening now. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America. In case a clear Trump win was coming, the exact group behind the Transition Integrity Project, which explicitly plotted in the height of the George Floyd riots, ran a war game about how the Biden campaign, in case Trump won in a clear win scenario, Clear Trump Win was the name of their scenario. Scenario 3. This is in June 2020. How the Biden campaign could get racial justice activists from these riots to be, quote, receptive to a Biden call to take to the streets, and plotted what needed to be done to resource them and to cultivate relationships with Black Lives Matter senior leadership and community leaders so that they would owe the Biden administration favors in case they need to be called on. And lo and behold, who paid them $50 billion? The Chamber of Commerce then flooded them with $50 billion in contributions. You remember that all the different Chamber of Commerce companies just flooded billions of dollars of donations to BLM to destroy. Monday, June 16th, Doge audits. Well, they followed the money and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization, the White Rabbit on Telegram. Monday, June 16th, a Florida sheriff told rioters if they throw items at law enforcement, if you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. We're not going to play. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey said, bam, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Monday, June 16th, Mike Benz brings the recipes and documents showing U.S. government uses our tax dollars to protect George Soros. George Soros works side by side with the U.S. State Department and even our intelligence agencies, CIA, to funnel money to his NGOs. Additional CIA involvement with George Soros example. A 2017 Heritage Foundation report noted that during the Barack Obama administration, USAID collaborated with George Soros-funded groups to promote progressive policies abroad, such as gay, transgender rights, and drug decriminalization. A 1993 Soros Foundation's report also mentioned a cooperative agreement with USAID for a management training program. White Hats on Telegram. And Monday, June 16th, Trump calls in FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE to his immediate aid. Chemtrails. Monday, June 16th. Boom! Trump's chemtrail strikes begin. First geoengineering arrest in U.S. history. Carrie Cassidy on Telegram. The Sky War has officially gone hot. President Trump's Chemtrails Task Force has launched its first coordinated strike, resulting in the first ever arrest tied to illegal atmospheric geoengineering. The deep state's aerial warfare program is crumbling. They called us crazy. They mocked the chemtrail warnings. They silenced truth, but now they're being arrested. For decades, patriots were told it was all condensation, that the skies were not being tampered with, but those streaks were not water vapor. They were the exhaust trails of deep state environmental warfare. Now, under Trump's direct command, a classified multi-agency task force involving Space Force, loyal Air Force units and DOJ insiders has begun rounding up the traitors. Targets identified, financial networks frozen, operatives in custody. A senior EPA official tied to unauthorized spraying ops has been detained. Private contractors linked to aerial dispersal tech are next. These weren't just rogue experiments. This was organized ecological sabotage. Follow the money. Billions routed through fake green initiatives and climate tech shells. These eco-elites were getting paid to poison crops, shift weather pattern, and destroy food supply chains. Shadow departments inside federal agencies are being dismantled. These were not fringe operations. They were embedded in the system, funded by our tax dollars to destroy our skies. And the media, total blackout, no headlines, no press releases, no experts on CNN because they're complicit, owned by the same cartels behind the chemical sky war. This silence is the proof. The arrests are only the beginning. Thousands of sealed indictments are prepped. CEOs, scientists, politicians, military traitors, everyone who touched this agenda will fall. Trump is unleashing full disclosure. Weather modification, drought creation, biochemical cloud seeding. These are not theories anymore. They are evidence, and the American people are about to witness a storm like no other. Monday, June 16th, judge blocks Trump's voter order. Foreign ballots now legal? QFS countermeasures activated. WH Grandpa on Telegram. On June 11th, 2025, Obama appointed Judge Denise Casper officially blocked President Trump's Executive Order 14248, the measure that would have forced proof of U.S. citizenship to vote in federal elections. In one ruling, the door was thrown wide open. Non-citizens, illegal migrants, and foreign actors can now cast ballots in America, and the government has been ordered to stand down. This is no longer about oversight or legal debate. It's a full-spectrum takeover, a coordinated strike involving 14 Democrat-controlled states, Soros-funded legal teams, and embedded Obama-era operatives. Every mechanism Trump built to secure the vote has been dismantled with surgical precision. They did not just block one policy, they stripped out the entire foundation. Proof of citizenship on federal registration forms, verification for military and overseas ballots, ID checks at welfare registration points, ballot arrival deadlines tied to Election Day enforcement. Why? Because the next phase of the plan is mass voter fraud, legalized with over 9 million illegal migrants funneled into the U.S. Since Biden's installed, the system has been primed. Many were quietly issued Social Security numbers, housing, stipends, pre-filled forms. In cities like Los Angeles and Chicago, non-citizens already vote in local elections. This ruling makes federal elections next, and it's no accident. Insiders confirm this ruling came just months after Trump's official return as commander-in-chief, and right as Operation Red Seal moved to harden the vote system before the 2026 midterms. This court ruling wasn't random. It was a targeted counterstrike to stop the purge of deep state influence in Congress. But the Patriots were ready. As of June 13th, Trump has authorized a federal counteroffensive under emergency authority, a new national voter ID bill, routed through military legislative channels, total defunding of the Election Assistance Commission, deployment of QVS, Quantum Voter Shield, nodes across all 50 states, ensuring digital authenticity using the same technology that powers the QFS. DOJ-led arrests of operatives linked to foreign ballot pipelines and vote manipulation schemes. This is no longer theoretical. The judiciary has been weaponized. Foreign ballots are now legal. Citizenship, sovereignty, and law have been redefined by a black robe. But the counterstrike is already underway. They stole the vote. They buried the Constitution. But this time the Patriots built a firewall they can't breach. The QVS is active. The ledgers will not lie. And the fraud will be caught in real time. America is under siege, but this time we're not backing down. They tried to silence her. Now millions listen. Monday, June 16th. Snowden drops Obama's fraudulent identity exposed. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just detonated the biggest intel bomb of 2025. Obama's entire existence is a CIA-engineered operation, not a natural-born citizen, not qualified, a globalist Trojan horse installed to collapse America from within. The birth certificate is a forgery. Kenya was British territory. Obama's father was a British subject. Under British law, Obama was born a British citizen, making him ineligible under the U.S. Constitution to ever be president. The founders warned of foreign infiltration. This is it. The Obama bloodline is intelligence tied. Obama's grandfather connected to Bush Sr., former CIA director. The Obamas were crafted by the global cabal. Their American dream story is pure theater, designed to fool the masses while the deep state advanced its agenda. Monday, June 16th, declassified Israel's stolen uranium and how JFK tried to stop the nuclear betrayal. Julian Assange. June 16th, new declassified intelligence confirms one of the most suppressed scandals in U.S. history. Hundreds of pounds of weapons-grade uranium were stolen from American soil in the 1960s and secretly transferred to Israel's undeclared nuclear program. The one president who tried to stop it, John F. Kennedy, after he drew the line He was silenced permanently. This was not a case of misplaced inventory. It was a deep cover operation involving Mossad agents, CIA memos, and top-level U.S. silence. The facility at the center of the theft, NUMEC in Apollo, Pennsylvania, showed massive losses in highly enriched uranium. Early estimates suggested 200 pounds missing. Later, that number climbed past 600, enough to build 24 nuclear bombs. The destination was clear: Dimona, Israel's secretive nuclear complex in the Negev desert. NUMEC's president, Zalman Shapiro, was not just a nuclear engineer. He was deeply connected to Zionist political circles and intelligence channels. Israeli scientists visiting the facility were later revealed to be undercover operatives. Surveillance tracked the activity. Internal CIA documents confirmed the suspicion. Yet no arrests were ever made, and every official investigation was quietly dismantled. Why? Because exposing the truth meant admitting that a trusted ally had conducted a full-scale nuclear theft, and the U.S. government had let it happen, or worse, helped cover it up. Kennedy was not willing to look the other way. He directly confronted Israeli Prime Minister Ben-Gurion, demanding inspections of Dimona and warning that deception on nuclear weapons would not be tolerated. His letters were firm, his deadlines were clear. Then Ben-Gurion resigned, and months later, no U.S. president ever challenged Israel's nuclear ambitions again. Dimona became untouchable. The uranium theft was buried, and Israel's arsenal, born in silence, was never acknowledged, never inspected, and never held to be the same standard imposed on the rest of the world. This is not just a Cold War footnote. It's the blueprint of how truth was silenced, how America was betrayed from within, and how one president paid the ultimate price for trying to stop it. The evidence is no longer speculation. The uranium was stolen. The program was real, and the warning from JFK was ignored. Monday, June 16th, 10 years ago today, President Donald J. Trump and Melania, descendant of the Russian Romanov family and rightful queen, came down the golden escalator. This is when the public start of the military operation began. But let's back up, shall we? The Rothschilds financed Hitler, Karl Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. Jacob Schiff, because they refused to go along with the bankers' plans. The Romanovs were Christians. The communists brutally murdered the entire Romanov family in order to turn Russia into a communist country. Melania is a Romanov. Her grandmother is Anastasia. 3 of the Romanov boys were put on a ship from Russia, assisted packages to the U.S. White Hat operation. Melania is more important than we know. H.T. Daniel Stochin Whiplash. Anastasia Romanov equals Melania Trump's grandmother. Russian royalty, queen with the Tsar Nicholas II of Russia being Anastasia's father. History tells us the Romanovs were assassinated by the Bolsheviks July 16th, 17th, 1918. What they didn't tell us is that Bolsheviks are the Khazarian Mafia Jews. The Romanovs were executed for refusing the Rothschild banks. Connection between Lincoln, Kennedy brothers, Trump, and the Romanovs. It is said that Omar, President Lincoln's son, is JFK Sr., and the father of his brother William Wallace, also President Lincoln's son. All family. The 2 Kennedy brothers were adopted into the Kennedy family. Both brothers are Lincoln Calhouni by birth, not Kennedys. President Trump is related to General Patton. Trump was adopted into the Trump family. General Patton is the son of William Wallace Lincoln Calhouni. William Wallace is President Lincoln's son.
Serious update for you guys. Iranian state media said there is a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. Now, understand that Iran has talked a lot and done very little until very recently. But there's a lot of news tonight, and I have to go through it all, and it is looking very sus. That's all I'll say. Commanders put American troops on high alert at military bases throughout the region, including the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. The United States has more than 40,000 troops deployed in the Middle East. We have here officials are reporting that DJT is set to deliver an urgent nationwide address soon, and here's why. Apparently, the U.S. will join in the conflict against Iran, according to Israeli officials, as CBS News reports that DJT is considering supporting Israeli strikes on Iranian sites. And because of that, we see Iran's reaction saying that they are ready to launch attacks on U.S. bases if America enters the war. So it seems like it's going to be a busy night tonight. I guess we will see if Iran actually...
It all began on Friday, June the 6th, 2025. Trump gave the green light. The stock market tanked. Will take a global currency reset to recover. Blackout necessary. Global alliance to take over major fake news media. Make mass arrests and expose the Rothschild state of Israel. Israel is last. The Great Reset. Q. Judy note. You've heard it all. Trust the plan. EBS. Worldwide martial law imminent during mass arrests. Possible cyber attacks or power grid shutoff. Mass media and internet blackout as one channel broadcasts disclosures. Global bank asset seizures, Nasara Jassara activation. Global currency reset. The problem was, it's all true and coming to you this week. The plan actually started on Saturday, June 14th. During this big 250-year Army military celebration, the flag that was flown over the Capitol during the military parade on Saturday was given to President Trump. In the ceremony, the soldier giving him the flag said, "Mission completed. We've arrested them all in the Capitol. We've captured the flag." So what was that all about? What mission? Likely Trump's takedown of the deep state cabal. Who was arrested? Likely globalist political elites. Captured what flag? Likely of the U.S. Incorporated. Get the feeling Trump knows more than he's letting out. There was a lot more going on that we had yet to find out. The FBI recently announced that the Los Angeles rioters have a large network of individuals organizing, funding, and supporting the riots. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaeli called the riots highly orchestrated and coordinated, vowing to uncover the source behind it all. To top it off, Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk. After Russian soldiers uncovered illegal U.S. bioweapon labs after Ukraine had attacked Russia on their soil. Who was the bad guy here? There were good things going on, like the deep state cabal fiat financial system was finished. As of June 13, 2025, Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. The banks were finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts were frozen. Assets were blocked. QFS command nodes were under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. However, in retaliation for taking away their money supply, the deep state cabal has planned false flags for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. Trump was prepared. According to Q on Telegram, the U.S. Northern Command has activated the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division to support federal personnel in the greater Los Angeles area in what Northcom described as Homeland Defense operations. The commander of the Joint Agency Task Force that will act as the overarching command structure for the Marines is Army Major General Sherman. Lebanon's Hezbollah officials said their group will not initiate attack on Israel in response to strikes on Iran. That promise went out the window on Sunday, June 15th, when Iran attacked innocent civilians in Israel. They have long said that Israel would be last. So now that Trust the Plan, EBS, worldwide martial law, blackout during mass arrests, and global currency reset sounds like a pretty good idea, we'll see what this week brings. which includes Sunday, June 15th, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter proves the 16th Amendment is a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen. Sunday, June 15th, boom, total war. Trump shuts down the IRS. 45,000 agents fired. Deep state is screaming as Trump freezes the IRS for 90 days. What we think we know as of Monday, June 16th. Saturday, June 14th, classified intercepts confirm Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk. Terror networks with deep state assets such as the DHS, CIA, and FBI have been compromised. Donald Trump has shattered their plans, exposed their rituals, and is preparing military tribunals at Gitmo. J.D. Vance's America First stance threatens every WEF proxy embedded in D.C. along Elon Musk has dismantled their censorship architecture. They need him gone to complete global information control. Space Force and Secret Service have escalated operational status. Covert military teams are being deployed inside key metro zones. Sunday, June 15th, President Trump tells CNN that all the Iranian negotiators he worked with, the fiat system is finished. As of June 13th, global banking infrastructure controlled by bloodline elites has collapsed beyond repair. Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. The banks are finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts are frozen. Assets are blocked. False flags planned for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump air arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. QFS command nodes are under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. Global financial crisis. Saturday, June 14th. As of the moment, QFS wallets are already being issued, secured, and linked to verified users across all Basel IV compliant jurisdictions. This is no longer theory, it's happening. Basel, the heart of the reset. Basel, Switzerland is the command node. It is home to the Bank for International Settlements and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the very framework behind global compliance standards. Since 2023, Basel IV regulations have quietly forced banks worldwide to back their assets with real commodities, not speculative digits. Gold-backed authentication has replaced fiat trust. Old fiat currencies like the USD, Euro, Pound, and Rand are being phased out. Every transaction inside the QFS now requires a digital gold certificate. Without it, the system rejects the funds. This guarantees that only clean, asset-backed money enters circulation. Legacy banking is collapsing. Thousands of banks have closed, merged, or silently folded under the weight of Basel IV. The remaining few that are compliant are now syncing directly with QFS. Since February 2023, select institutions have tested public gold commodity rates tied to the revaluation of global currencies, starting with the Iraqi dinar. The role of the QFS wallet: you do not need to wait. QFS wallets are already being assigned. You operate them from your phone, secured through biometric access, immune from banking manipulation. Fiat funds stored in legacy accounts will be converted upon activation, provided the system verifies the origin and assigns a gold certificate. Parallel systems are ending. The use of fiat in parallel with QFS is nearing its cutoff. April 30th was one of the final grace periods for unconverted balances. Now every deposit, exchange, or transfer requires compliance with the new standards. The QFS portal filters every movement, clean in certified gold. Who oversees the transition? 1. Swiss Banking Group AG, structural oversight. 2. Indus and BRICS commodity anchors. 3. U.S. Space Force quantum grid enforcement. The pieces are in place, the system is live, and you are already inside. Your wallet, your funds, and your future are protected. Sunday, June 15th. As of June 14th, the final sequence has quietly begun in regions the mainstream refuses to mention, while distractions dominate the surface. Elections, celebrity trials, false cyber attacks, the real shifts are buried under classified financial audits and joint military operations. The quantum transition is no longer theoretical. It's visible in every collapsing structure that once held the world hostage. Jassara Nassara, QFS on Telegram. What they're not telling you? The Bank of England and Deutsche Bank both received silent override signals on June 12th. Their private ledgers were frozen, pending seizure by international trustees operating under QFS enforcement. 3,100 plus shell companies linked to trafficking, pharma laundering, and fake climate funds have been digitally disbanded across Luxembourg, Cyprus, and Israel. Over 41,000 inactive fiat accounts tied to corrupt political figures and NGO networks have been flagged for full liquidation, with funds rerouted into sovereign reparation pools. This is a planetary exorcism. Nassara Jassara integration updates. June 16th to the 18th, initial rollout of Level 1 community restoration credits will begin in select areas. These are the first direct public payments distributed via QFS. AI-driven fraud detection, codenamed Orion Shield, is sweeping through the final legacy nodes. Nothing dirty will pass. Every transaction is quantum verified, time-stamped, and archived permanently. Internal documentation shows MedBed Phase 3 entering pre-launch, now tied to biometric QFS wallet access. Saturday, June 14th, update. QFS is live, banks are collapsing, redemption centers are secure. Claim your gold-backed funds now, QFS on Telegram. The fiat system is finished. As of June 13th, global banking infrastructure controlled by bloodline elites has collapsed beyond repair. The mainstream media calls it a recession, but the truth is clear. The quantum financial system is online. The cabal is crumbling, and redemption centers are now the only portal to real gold-backed currency. Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. What's being recovered? Stolen gold, bearer bonds, and biometric files used in ritual finance networks? These assets are now being verified through light intelligence technology and funneled directly into QFS, backed by the U.S. Space Force, authenticated through your redemption appointment. The banks are finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts are frozen. Assets are blocked. Why? Because they've been severed from QFS. Without quantum clearance, they're just digital ghosts. This is not a reset. This is an exorcism. Every transaction is now biometric, quantum logged, and immune to corruption. No laundering, no theft, no puppet masters. RLUSD and XRP are now the only digital assets integrated into QFS. RLUSD is backed by seized gold and linked to your verified identity. XRP handles real-time liquidity. SWIFT, ACH, and CBDCs are obsolete. The globalists tried to stop it. Failed cyber attacks on RLUSD servers were shut down in seconds. Their weapons no longer work. But they're not done. CIA documents from Operation Last Breath reveal false flags planned for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. Ignore it. Get to your appointment. Your biometric sovereignty has been restored. Social security linked trading has ended. You are no longer collateral. The system that sold your identity is being dismantled. And the R&R program, Restitution and Reparation, will begin issuing gold-backed reparations within 30 days. Calculations are based on QFS data, banking abuse, and pharmaceutical injury, with tribunals already underway at Gitmo and Diego Garcia. Trump is in full control. QFS command nodes are under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. The fake media is running out of pre-scripted stories. The banks are panicking. The elite are in hiding. Sunday, June 15th, since the June 14th trigger protocol, entire banking networks have entered forced compliance with quantum directives, and most of their own employees don't even know it yet. Everything still looks normal on the surface, but under the hood, the software that once empowered fraud is being dismantled line by line. Jasara Nasara, QFS on Telegram. Covert intel now confirmed. Over 400 high-level bankers across Switzerland, UAE, and Canada have been quietly removed since June 10th, officially resigned, but internally flagged by Earth Alliance AI sweeps as obstructions to global asset transition. The World Bank has lost over 70% of its private gold reserves, reclaimed through tribunal orders and redirected into humanitarian QFS allocations. IMF task teams are undergoing mass restructuring. 13 out of 15 internal data centers have been rewired with QFS relay systems and encryption governed by U.S. Space Force Command. Dark fiber activations. What most people call the internet is only 10% of the real data grid. The other 90% is dark fiber, hidden infrastructure now being flooded with QFS traffic. As of June 13th, this is now how the system bypasses central bank firewalls without alerting legacy monitoring tools. Why aren't you hearing about this? Because they have lost the narrative, and when that happens, silence is their only defense. Riots, protests, demonstrations. Saturday, June 14th, LA, California. Caroline Leavitt revealed that 330 illegal aliens were arrested after they participated in the LA riots. 113 of them had prior criminal convictions. Saturday, June 14th, Salt Lake City, Utah. A man is in critical condition with a gunshot wound. 3 others arrested after shots were heard in the middle of a crowd during a 10,000-person No Kings demonstration in Salt Lake City on Saturday. Otherwise, the demonstration was peaceful, as were other demonstrations in the state of Utah on Saturday. Saturday, June 14, 2025, Washington. Crowds of protesters outside the ICE Seattle field office. Antifa militants have surrounded the building with blockades. Several illegal aliens are detained inside, and anti-ICE activists are attempting to prevent ICE agents from transporting them out of the facility. Saturday, June 14th, police dispersed anti-ICE pro-Hamas dirtbags from Foley Square after they lit a pink smoke bomb across the Federal Plaza building. Saturday, June 14th in Texas, the Texas Capitol has been evacuated following a credible threat directed at state lawmakers. Fort Hood Army Base in Texas has been placed on lockdown following reports of an active shooter. Sunday, June 15th, Democrats and George Soros are funding the ICE riots and No Kings protests with our tax money. Bill O'Reilly. So they did some research to find out who pays for these kinds of demonstrations in Los Angeles. The main agency is the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. This is funded by far left people like the George Soros Open Society Foundation. Pours a lot of money into it, and then these people organize the protests. This isn't the worst part about this. The state of California finances another group, okay, and it's called the LA Rapid Response Network. It also finances the state of California, the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights. So that's tax money going into this organization. So during fiscal year ending June 30th, the Organic Coalition for Humane Immigration received from the state of California $34 million. $34 million. So the state of California paid for those rides with tax money. Here that anywhere else. Sunday, June 15th, driving through Florida. At a rest area somewhere outside Tallahassee, There's this charter bus carrying about 50 to 60 young military-age Hispanic males. I imagine they must be on their way to a No Kings event in Florida, maybe Brevard County, Ocala, Tampa, etc. Their tags are from Texas. To be clear, No Kings is not an organic movement. Agitators are being distributed around the nation to act like organic protesters. We will see if the events have bricks, shields, and helmets delivered. This is what the political leaders like Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Alex Padilla, and almost all on the left support. What a clown show. Florida is not California. Do what you did there, and the Brevard sheriff says he will be calling your family to pick up your remains. Elon Musk on Telegram. Sunday, June 15th, 82nd Airborne locked in. Trump prepares domestic strike teams for urban warfare. Julian Assange on Telegram. The order is imminent. The 82nd Airborne Division has been placed on high alert. Fort Bragg's elite paratroopers are prepared for rapid insertion into hostile urban zones, beginning with Los Angeles as Trump signals the next phase of his mission: deport the invaders, restore the republic. Yesterday, President Trump personally met with Major General James Work at a secured military compound. After addressing 1,200 troops face to face, Trump did not mince words. We will not allow foreign enemies to occupy our cities. Over 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines have already been activated across LA's most compromised zones. But intelligence briefings confirm that LA is just the opening salvo. Sanctuary insurgencies in New York, Chicago, Seattle, and San Francisco are now designated hostile zones. Trump has drawn the line. Crossing it means war. Sources confirm a 3-hour classified briefing took place behind closed doors between Trump and General Work. At the core of the operation, mobilizing the 82nd Airborne for direct confrontation with domestic insurgent cells embedded in urban sprawl, paratroopers are now training for precision landings across LZ coordinates, including Hollywood Hills and high-rise rooftops, bypassing lawless terrain to strike at deep state hubs surgically and without warning. This is not civil unrest. This is organized invasion. Embedded agents, cartel runners, human traffickers, and paid saboteurs are using the banner of activism to shield their operations. But the illusion is collapsing. The so-called sanctuaries are now identified as corridors and the financial lifeblood of the globalist war machine. Command Sergeant Major Randolph Delapina's final words to Trump before departure said it all. We are locked, we are loaded, we are ready to defend the Constitution from domestic threats. The deep state is out of moves. Once the 82nd is deployed, the war becomes visible. The arrests will be fast. The tribunals will be brutal. There is no safe zone for traitors. The Republic is striking back. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, June 15th, military red alert. Trump activates undeclared wartime protocols in the Gulf. No Pentagon orders, no mainstream media headlines. Trump moves in silence. The deep state is frozen. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. Code Red Intel. Trump rejects Iran deal. Embassies evacuate. Gulf shipping locked down. Staff pulled from Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait. Orders bypass Pentagon chain of command. This is not diplomacy. This is a battlefield prep. Camp David War Room. Trump meets generals. Outcome? No confidence in Iran deal. Not politics, not negotiation. It's operational. Behind closed doors, the war board lights up. The signals are live. Rare UK maritime warnings across Gulf waters. U.S. embassies rapidly evacuating Iraq. Bahrain military dependents pulled. Kuwait non-essential state staff removed. Orders not from CENTCOM, but directly from the Resolute desk. Strait of Hormuz, the choke point of global power. 20% of global oil flows here. Iran's playground. UK Maritime Command now issues alerts for rising threats. Translation: hardware is in position and missiles are armed. This is not a drill. This is not normal. These evacuations are high cost, high risk, high priority. None announced by military briefings, all ordered from the top. Trump has bypassed the deep state's filters. Patriot Command takes control. Under Obama, think tanks, UN, and globalist chains. Under Biden, woke generals and foreign appeasers. Under Trump, direct action, swift strikes, no mercy. Remember his strategy? Syria, withdrawal announced, targeted strike followed. North Korea, fire and fury, DMZ handshake next. Iran, 2019, drone downed, Trump aborted strike at final second. This is Trump's tactical ambiguity, controlled chaos. Iran now faces the wall. No more backroom deals, no more delays. The deep state cannot stop what's coming. Fleet forces remain silent. Embassies evacuate. Oil routes locked. This is unfiltered command authority. What comes next? False flag in the Gulf? Possible. Cyber strike on Iran? Likely. IRGC missile launch? Expected. U.S. surgical retaliation in under 8 minutes. Locked, the stage is set, the clock is ticking. Trump is not reacting. He's resetting the global board. Eyes on the Gulf, ears on Trump. The deep state has been cut out. What happens now will rewrite history. Sunday, June 15th, former CIA Director Mike Pompeo warns that a major incident could occur somewhere in the world and suggests Iran may be behind it. Now, I don't trust Mike Pompeo. He claims Iran has terrorist cells in nearly every country, including the U.S., and says they could soon be activated to launch cyber attacks and other strikes. Pompeo urges strong support for Israel, calling it essential to stopping what he sees as a global threat. I think he works for Israel, but that's just me, just my opinion. Don't have any facts to back that up. Saturday, June 1st, Israel strikes further targets in Iran without any resistance from the Islamic Republic. Lebanon's Hezbollah official says group will not initiate attack on Israel in response to strikes on Iran. Earlier today, Israeli forces struck a bunker hosting the command staff of the Iranian IRGC Air Force. The strike reportedly eliminated most of the leadership of the IRGC Air Force, per the Israeli defense minister. Saturday, June 14th, Snowden red alert. Al-Qaeda activates U.S. assassination cells. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden's latest drop has triggered panic inside the deep state. Classified intercepts confirm Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP, JD, Vance, and Elon Musk. This is not a drill. Snowden's intel exposes the fusion of terror networks with deep state assets. DHS, CIA, and FBI have been compromised. Alphabet agencies are actively suppressing the truth. Biden's handlers are fully aware but remain silent as traitor operatives inside U.S. borders mobilize. The target list is clear. Donald J. Trump, the immovable object against globalist takeover, he shattered their plans, exposed their rituals, and is preparing military tribunals at Gitmo. Eliminating Trump is the deep state's final card. J.D. Vance, the Marine warrior who stands behind sovereign America and globalist collapse, his America First stance threatens every WEF proxy embedded in D.C. Elon Musk, the digital insurgent who dismantled their censorship architecture, his survival blocks their AI totalitarian grid. They need him gone to complete global information control, cripple their morale, burn their empire. Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki's message was captured by rogue Space Force assets loyal to Constitution-only command. DEFCON alert. Space Force and Secret Service have escalated operational status. Covert military teams are being deployed inside key metro air zones. Surveillance drones monitor jihadist chatter. The deep state is orchestrating an internal civil war disguised as foreign terrorism. Al-Qaeda is the puppet. The handlers sit inside Langley and Davos. The same hands that funded 9/11 now aim to decapitate the America First movement. Patriots, brace for collision. This is not terrorism. This is deep state liquidation warfare. Tribunals, Gitmo, executions. The storm is live. Saturday, June 14th, breaking military bulletin. Disproportionate retaliation. Russia set to strike back harder than ever before. 17th, a letter on Telegram. This is the warning before impact. U.S. military intel has just issued a classified level alert to NATO allies. Russia is preparing a massive and asymmetric response after a direct strike on its soil. This is not about defense. It's about dominance. The Kremlin is ready to rewrite the rules with fire. This is not a reaction. It's a message. Inside private briefings across Europe, American officials are telling their counterparts, brace for disproportionate retaliation. That's the term. And in the military doctrine, it means one thing: obliteration with intent. This is not diplomacy anymore. This is a live ops scenario. The data pouring in confirms the shift. U.S. embassies in Eastern Europe are on silent alert. Russian non-conventional assets have moved into forward positions. NATO airspace protocols have shifted. Corridors closing, defense grids in Warsaw, Berlin, and Vilnius are running blackout drills. Cyber Command is searching encrypted comms. Something's coming. This is not simulation. It's a pre-launch environment. The Kremlin no longer considers balance relevant. Its goal is not parity. It's terror dominance. If NATO fires once, Russia answers with a fist made of electronic warfare, energy blackouts, and devastating missile strikes on command centers, power grids, surveillance hubs. This is chess at gunpoint, and the West is cornered. The silence is deafening because it's strategic. No media, no leaks, just the cold calculations of power. The longer they wait, the more it signals they are not in control. Intel consensus. The bear is not bluffing. The bear is striking. They warned us for years. Each line crossed was met with mockery. But the doctrine is clear. Touch sovereign soil, and Moscow responds with superiority. We are beyond the phase of rhetoric. Disproportionate retaliation is not politics. It's the military execution of supremacy. The next hours matter. Once the first launch happens, this stops being a Ukraine-Russia issue and becomes a full-blown NATO-Russia standoff with nuclear shadows. Washington knows, NATO knows, now you know. Saturday, June 14th, Trump warned them. Israel strikes Iran. Generals dead, war unstoppable. Julian Assange on Telegram. The fire has begun. In the early hours of June 14th, Israel launched a major assault on Iran. Top IRGC generals, nuclear scientists, and military sites were obliterated. Civilian areas were hit. The regional war Trump fought to prevent is now here, and there's no turning back. This is not Trump's war. He did not authorize it, but he predicted it. For years he warned Iran to abandon its nuclear ambitions. He offered deals, time, and clear red lines. They refused. Now, as he said, they got hit hard, very hard, and there's more to come. Salami and others. Then the Natanz facility was hit. In response, Iran launched over 100 armed drones. Tel Aviv is locked down. Sirens blare. Streets are empty. The war is real, and it's just beginning. The U.S. did not fire missiles, but they helped. Rubio confirmed Washington supplied intelligence and missile defense systems. Speaker Mike Johnson warned if Iran targets the U.S. assets, retaliation will be swift. Lines have been crossed. The fuse is burning. The real news for Sunday, June 15th. Saturday, June 14th, before leaving office, Democrats sent $260 million to George Soros. American taxpayers are literally paying for our own ICE riots thanks to Democrats. Truth Social on Telegram. Friday, June 13th, breaking. Marines storm Los Angeles after news scum defies Trump. Arrest me. Insurrection Act on the table. America just crossed a line. After ICE operations in Los Angeles spiraled into organized riots, President Trump invoked Title 10 and deployed 700 U.S. Marines to restore order. Federal buildings were torched. ICE agents assaulted. Local law enforcement stood down. California's leadership vanished. Trump declared martial law. The garment warehouse and storefront in LA that ICE searched on Friday is a money laundering operation for cartels. ICE's presence in these places is what kicked off this chaos, and the Democrats are too stupid and lawless to realize they are defending the cartel. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, June 15th, Representative Tim Burchett dropped some Moab, mother of all bombs, confirming that Biden staffers were taking payoffs in exchange for auto-pin pardons, in other words, bribes. Now arrest them. Arrest every single one of them for the crimes. 18 U.S. Code 1519, tampering with evidence, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records. 18 U.S. Code 1512, tampering with a witness. 18 U.S. Code 1503, obstruction of justice. 18 U.S. Code 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States government. And then 18 U.S. Code 201B, bribery. Sunday, June 15th, Mike Benz brings the recipes and documents showing U.S. government uses our tax dollars to protect George Soros. George Soros works side by side with the U.S. State Department and even our intelligence agencies, CIA, to funnel money to his NGOs. Additional CIA involvement with George Soros example. A 2017 Heritage Foundation report noted that during the Barack Obama administration, USA collaborated with George Soros-funded groups to promote progressive policies abroad, such as gay, transgender rights, and drug decriminalization. A 1993 Soros Foundation's report also mentioned a cooperative agreement with USAID for a management training program. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram.
The investigation also led us to arrest 5 additional individuals who are acting as brokers running local businesses that claim to assist with immigration paperwork, but instead arranged illegal transactions and funneled aliens from as far away as Miami to obtain licenses fraudulently.
Saturday, June 14th, whistleblower on Biden administration ordering illegal aliens to qualify for Social Security. Elon Musk on Telegram. One of the most shocking whistleblowers in the history of whistleblowing. I could not believe that we were giving these people Social Security cards and U.S. passports, free medical, free housing, free food, free everything. Whistleblower. They were incentivized to qualify illegals for long-term disability, to qualify illegals for Social Security for life. So they were set for life. They wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability. Now long-term Social Security disability is for life. So if they get identified and qualify for a long-term Social Security disability, they are as good as set up for life. That doesn't sound like refugee to me, just being honest. That sounds like someone who's planning on staying here. So they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're now called clients. So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, reoccurring headaches, or any lower back problems, anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability. Yes, it's insanity, but in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number? Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get a Social Security number, right? They become legal. That's correct. Sunday, June 15th, QFS counterstrike initiated. The vote infiltration ends here. QFS on Telegram. On June 11th, the enemy crossed the line. In a single ruling, Judge Denise Casper, handpicked by Obama, protected by Soros, officially blocked Trump's executive order 14248 and opened the gates for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. But what they didn't calculate was this. The QFS is active, and it was built for moments exactly like this. The days of paper ballots, hacked machines, and unverified votes are over. What they just triggered is a nationwide digital counterstrike, and it's already in motion. Executive Order 14248 was not just a legal reform, It was a front-facing component of Operation Red Seal, a classified integration of quantum voter shield technology into the U.S. electoral infrastructure. Each section of the order was tied directly to QFS nodes, designed to verify identity, citizenship, and authenticity in real time. That system is still operational, and despite Judge Casper's ruling, the tech cannot be reversed. The Patriots saw this coming, and they encoded the fallback layers deep into QFS architecture. Their ruling only bought them time, not control. Let's be clear. The QFS is not just about finance anymore. It's about national restoration. When they allowed over 9 million illegal migrants to flood into the country, they weren't just seeking cheap labor, they were importing votes. Under the old system, those votes could be laundered through welfare offices, fake addresses in sanctuary states. But now every fraudulent data point is traceable. Every digital signature, every false registry, every coordinated NGO drop. It's already mapped, time-stamped, and stored. The QFS sees all, and soon so will the world. Trump's next move won't rely on court appeals. It will run through military infrastructure. Already, QVS modules are being deployed to verify ballots before they ever reach final tabulation. Blockchain-verified voter IDs, GPS-tagged ballot entries, quantum-coded audit trails that no judge can erase. And while the legacy media crows about a victory for democracy, the real system, the secure one, is bypassing their narrative chokeholds. You won't see it on CNN, but you'll feel it on Election Day. This isn't the end. This is the bait. They've exposed every corrupt level. They will control the judges, the states, the media, the NGOs. Now it's all cataloged. The QFS is a weapon of precision, and the strike package has been uploaded. There will be no repeat of 2020, no delay ballots, no ballot harvesting in the shadows. Casper's ruling was a desperate move, and it just activated the final phase of military-grade election defense. The deep state built a system of lies. The Patriots built one of truth, and only one of them will survive.
Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have already proven their incompetence and poor leadership during the Los Angeles wildfires. Now, as we experience rampant lawlessness and civil unrest, it's never been more clear they're unable to respond effectively and responsibly during calamity. Whether it's sheer incompetence or outright malevolence, the reality is stark. California's in a state of turmoil, and I ask my fellow Angelenos, why are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass still in office? How much more of their destructive decision-making masquerading as leadership are we going to tolerate? It's time to take back our community and our state and put the power and the privilege in the hands of competent leaders whose goals are to protect us and the way of life this nation was founded upon and promises to offer. That's all.
Saturday, June 14th, the July 4th celebration was never a tribute to the past. It was the ignition of a new future. Dasara Nasara, QFS on Telegram. Right now, behind the scenes, systems are executing with mathematical precision. The Starlink relay continues uninterrupted. QFS wallets are being pinged with digital handshake protocols. The gold certificates assigned to each sovereign ID are being validated in real time. What began as a silent shift is now an unstoppable current flowing across all continents. As of June 13, 2025, intelligence teams have confirmed that over 89% of fiat-structured banking systems are now fully disconnected from central control grids. Parallel sovereign ledgers are live and mirroring activity across IMF BRICS and new Eurasian exchange nodes. Final decryptions of Rothschild global account holdings have been completed. Assets locked, repurposed, and redirected. In short, monetary parasite has been excised and the host humanity is healing. QFS access milestones. All verified users born 2001 or earlier are now confirmed eligible for full wallet deployment. Redemption centers have begun scheduling level 2 medbed intake with biometric matching linked to sovereign medical profiles. Real-time analytics show over 12 million users have logged in to verify credentials and view preliminary fund allocations. But here's the real signal you've been waiting for. June 15th to the 17th, the EVS will broadcast specialized instructional segments globally via Starlink, showing exactly how to use the QFS wallet, navigate the sovereign dashboard. Expect all legacy media to go dark, not just news, but entertainment, commerce, and foreign broadcasts. Why? Because the illusion must be completely removed before the truth can stand on its own. Stay grounded, stay connected to this channel. We're now past the point of return. There will be no rollback, no delay, no second chance. Everything is in motion. The lights are coming on, and this time they stay on. Saturday, June 1st, the scrolls were not just religious texts. They were technological blueprints. Mr. Pull on Telegram. What was extracted from Vatican Vault Delta 7 is unlike anything previously cataloged. Not scripture, schematics. Frequency maps, energy design blueprints suppressed since Babylon. Military analysts confirm cross-match with Tesla files, Tartarian grid fragments, and sealed Egyptian frequency inscriptions. It's all the same system, hidden under different names, guarded by bloodlines. What they called religion was energy containment, and now that energy is being released. QFS teams are working alongside Astrophysics Command to align new broadcasting relays with recovered resonance signatures. Once live, these relays will do more than transmit news. They will recalibrate consciousness itself. This is why they fought so hard to keep you distracted, because once the signal stabilizes, you'll remember. And once you remember, they can never own you again. Hold positioned, watch the Vatican. The final collapse won't be televised, it will be felt.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with none other than the legendary Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot.
So, you're probably going to hear it first here because most people are not aware of this sort of thing. Way back in the very early days of Camelot, we were told that there would be a third world war, and it would be, first of all, with US and Russia, and then with US, China, and Iran, because once Iran gets involved and US is involved with Israel, then China goes along with Iran. A lot of people don't know that backdoor. That is an arrangement between those two countries. So keep that in mind. All right. So if this war is going to have a twist, it's going to go in the direction of Taiwan and China, I imagine. So just want to say that this article is about research that I've been doing for 20 years. And it does involve what's called the wing makers. And some people will be familiar and some won't. It's all based on actually a whistleblower called Neruda, what's called the Neruda interviews. And I've got a quote in my article from there. And then I've also got a quote from Captain Mark Richards that many people know I've interviewed many times, and actually 12. And I'm about to release my first book, and I actually have a second book. So altogether, all the interviews that didn't fit into one, they fit into two books. So I'm about to release the first book, which has been so much work. But anyway, so if you go, I've got this article here on the screen, and it's pretty simple. I just number a lot of things that are going on right now, and it all leads in a certain direction. So they said that during these wars, they would be practice wars that the countries are already aware were going to take place, but they wanted to try out a lot of their high tech, their special new weaponry in preparation for this war that's coming with, you could call it with the androids, or you could call it, it's kind of.
So hold on, let me get this straight. You're saying
AI run
Hold on, Carrie. Let me ask you this. So, like, you're saying like the wars that are starting right now with Israel, Iran, and as soon as China gets involved, these are all practice wars to go against AI?
Yes. To building up to this, which is a war with aliens, but they're a special kind of aliens, and they are an AI run. They're called synthetics,
Right.
or you could call them androids. Okay. And they come from another planet. So it's a whole planet or more than one planet. And so we'll get to the bottom of the article and I'll have the quotes there and you can see where this is leading. So let's start from the beginning. All right. So first of all, Scott Ritter, he's always doing all kinds of talks on stuff. And I don't usually target out somebody, but I'm afraid that he called Trump the stupidest man on the planet. That's a lie. Trump is absolutely brilliant, as you and I know. And I just want to say that so that makes Scott Ritter either an idiot or he's in on it. Okay. That's my take on Scott Ritter calling Trump the stupidest man on the planet. That was a very recent broadcast that he did about Israel and Iran. 2, now, why did Juan make a special point on your show? I believe it was. No, it was on this other guy's show. Sorry about that. Of calling that the advanced knowledge of the recent NATO attack on Russia was a secret being held by our intelligence agencies. And this was of the NATO attack that they use as a proxy Ukraine, but it's a NATO attack, which should involve the United States, and Trump wasn't aware of it. So that's what Juan is saying. Trump did not know in advance about the timing on that attack, and he actually had to tell Putin that. So that he is tantamount to a coup in progress within our government, where our intelligence agencies are holding back key information that could get us involved and is getting us involved in a nuclear.
I think one of the major players there is Pompeo.
Yeah, well, I don't trust him at all.
Yeah.
So I know that Juan has a mission, and there might have been an effort to keep that secret, but I think that Trump must have known but not been able to stop it. I think that's the backstory, but that's just me. Okay. Juan didn't say it that way, but I think what you have to take away here is that Juan is saying there's a coup in progress from our intelligence agencies. And by the way, because our troops are involved with NATO, it's also our military, a portion of our military rebelling and not sharing crucial intel with Trump. All right.
Okay.
So then the next thing, number 3, is I believe that the riots have been planned and triggered in advance so that when there was the Israeli attack on Iran, which was also planned, that and was an attack on Newsom and getting rid of Bass as well, that would give Trump the opening to establish martial law in the United States, where all the riots would have to be stopped on a dime. So when he does that, it's going to be under a military, martial law, because we're in wartime. Okay, that will give him full presidential powers in that way. Now, it hasn't happened yet, so I could be off base there, but that's part of what I think it was part of the planning. So then, if both Putin knew and Trump knew about the NATO attack, why did they allow it to happen? Cui bono, and who gains? So what I'm doing here is I am really concerned that the MAGA group, of all groups out there, who should be analyzing white hat moves and dark hat moves and looking with good analytics at the situation, don't ask the right questions. Okay, they just swallow things whole that they're told and go about their merry way, and I think they're misled. Okay, so first of all, Iran has had nukes since I interviewed Kesh. If you may remember Kesh, he's an Iranian physicist who was an expert nuclear scientist. Okay?
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That was. And I interviewed him many times, and they had nukes at that time. What I'm saying here also is that I believe Iran has special tactical weapons that, and you got to understand, nukes are old technology. So whenever they say in the news, they're talking about nukes in a big way, like, they attacked Iraq over the nukes again. The fact of the matter is that's a misdirect, because the real weaponry now is much more sophisticated. It does involve directed energy weapons, particle beam weapons, and other weapons that we are not even aware of, okay? And also keep this in mind. Anytime you hear of a technology like Palantir, even though it came out with Snowden, which is back in 2008, okay? And prior to that, my whistleblowers told me about it 3 or 4 or 5 years before that, that we're getting it minimum 10 years later. Okay, back up here. So then I'm saying that the Iranians have a technology that Israel is trying to target and attack over. It's also about pipelines. And for that, you can go to George Webb. He explains pretty well the whole fight to get the pipelines in, which, by the way, a good part of the intelligentsia, the techies in Iran are not against that, the new oil pipeline thing. So, okay, that's why they got rid of the people in Gaza, okay? And then I'm asking some really interesting questions down here about all of that. So I got the martial law thing in here. I think that that the illegal aliens are also going to be able to be shipped out of the country without any courts interfering if we are on wartime setting. Okay. Next thing.
When do you see that happening? When the civil and when they come in with the military?
I think this is going to be back to back. I think we're going to have a summer in which you're going to see a lot of things rolled out, and I think they're going to choose the summer on purpose. Okay. Because, in summer, people are a little more relaxed. They're not like thinking, oh, they got to defend themselves, all of that. I think this is going to be a, sort of a very hot summer.
Summer sweep.
Yeah. So, okay. So then I want people to understand those rioters. Okay. This is why I think even the Trump administration is allowing the riots. Okay. And actually is trying to escalate them by bringing in the military. Okay. So if you have a fire and you bring in the military, you're going to have a bigger fire, not a smaller one. Okay. You might eventually get a smaller one, but it's going to be bigger to begin with. So that's what's happening. They're blowing up the riots on purpose, because what it does for them, using things like Palantir and something even more sophisticated, which is alien technology, they don't need facial recognition. They haven't needed it for the last 10 years minimum, according to my whistleblowers, okay? All they do is if they see your frequency from space, they know who you are and they can track you. Okay, so it's a track and trace operation. So be aware of that. And what they're also doing is finding out who are the radicals. Okay, who are the ones that get paid off by the left? Because that way they're going to know in the future those are going to be the troublemakers. So this is a whole track and trace operation. The whole riot in LA and some cities, like I think Chicago, just had
a bomb just went off in Vegas today.
Yeah, but it wasn't a bomb. I have a friend. It was like some small little thing, and a small fire that got caught onto a tree, supposedly, and made it look bigger. That's the word I got. Okay.
So, I just barely saw it break on my phone right now.
Yeah, no, that was last night.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So they don't need facial recognition, so they don't need masks. Just keep that in mind. Okay, and so again, it's a filtering process. It's a track and trace. The war in Ukraine is dragging on and on and on, and therefore I do think there's more going on there than meets the eye. We already knew that the war on Ukraine was about moving the biolabs, the experimental biolabs, of which there were at least over 100, I know, underground, getting them on a maglev train and moving them back over to the US or other parts unknown, right? So that's been the cover. The cover was the surface war, okay, which was, just a decimate the surface kind of thing. Now, they also are using that to move population, especially into replenish, okay, countries that have too many white people, that like the United States, like Great Britain. Great Britain has opened the door to Ukrainians, put them up in the luxury hotels and other kinds of hotels. Supposedly, according to my UK contact, they just changed that law and they're not going to leave those the Ukrainians now in the hotels, but the damage has been done. They are, if you go to London, it's a third world country. Okay.
Right.
It is
Yeah.
absolutely inundated. Now it's a fun city and I like all different cultures, so I don't mind, but I'm just telling you that this is a targeting of a certain population sector.
Why the white people?
Predominantly white,
Why
Anglo-Saxon.
the white people?
Because the ones they care about are going off planet to make colonies elsewhere. And they also are taking, this is a whole genetic pool. See, what happens is we're hybrids. All of humans are hybrids, but the highest level of the most hybridized are the white Anglo-Saxons, okay?
Okay.
And as you get more hybridized, your genome is more vulnerable. So what they need to do is need to pack it in with more indigenous cultures, okay? It's a whole population thing.
So they're not
Moving
trying to outbreed
populations
the
like
white
this.
person. They're just trying to strengthen the DNA.
They're trying to beef up the genetic pool, if you will, of humans, but they're trying to, bring in certain traits. If I don't know all the details. I just know the big picture.
Okay,
pieces.
but hold on, Carrie. Who's trying to do this? The white hats or the black hats?
Oh, the black hats.
Are trying to. So they're trying to weed out the white man. They're trying to weed out the white man. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The Illuminati they use this as, they don't even think of the earth anymore as their own. To some degree, they're all focused off planet. It's all about colonies elsewhere, okay? And spacefaring, turning humans into a spacefaring race. It was not a population elimination. Only as a sideline was it population elimination. Primarily to turn us into silicon-based, not carbon-based, but silicon-based humans and humanoids. And that comes from David Adair, who won't even talk to me anymore. I guess he got in trouble for telling me that, and other of my witnesses. All right.
So
also the Palestinians. Okay, there was a genocide by Israel of the Palestinians to get them out of Gaza. But I believe that a good portion, now I don't know how many, and this might be, go against the grain with a lot of people, but I believe that a lot of Palestinians were actually rescued from underground and shipped to either the stands or off planet, and also to Ukraine. Okay, so I'm just saying that what is going on our planet, what is in the news is not what's happening. It is not. And you need to question and you need to pay attention to the clues. I'm trying to give you the clues here. Okay, so also ask yourself, did the U.S. buy Gaza from the Palestinians? Is there a deal behind the scenes? I don't think it was out and out genocide. It certainly looked like it, but you would accuse them of anything, Netanyahu, the complete psycho. Okay. But this is a deal. This is a business deal. You got to kind of wrap your mind around what they actually are doing. They're shifting things around. They want a pipeline in Gaza, period. And Trump wants to turn it into a vacation spot. Okay. As you know. So there are lots of, I actually worked in the Peace Corps in Turkmenistan for a very short time. I know that those countries called the stands, Kazakhstan, all the stands, have lots and lots of empty land. Any day of the week, they could put Palestinians there and create another state. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, did China? Okay, according to my whistleblower and according to other whistleblowers since then, around 500 million or more. And I'm really bad with numbers, so it could be a lot more. But I think they're shipping populations underground using maglev trains, drugging them, etc., so they don't remember, and they wake up in Africa, okay, where China has built their fake cities or their real cities and so on and so forth. Okay, you have to question, is Trump actually been in danger ever? Were those attacks actually engineered? Okay, and I believe that, for example, the one where he was shot on the ear, that was actually an expert marksman and meant to just do that, to wing him. Okay, I'm just saying these are things that are being done. We are getting the wrong story. All right. So there's a lot of directed energy weapons and weather wars, and you know what happened, like in Lahaina, and you know what happened in North Carolina, and so on. And what I'm saying about this is that we have alien invaders on our planet. Okay, right now, there's a huge gray ET base right near Lahaina. Okay, under the Big Island. And that could have been an attack on them or a battle with them. Okay. They're not telling you this. Okay. Now, predicted in the Wingmakers, 21 years ago, I was working with the Wingmakers group, and I had gotten the rights to temporarily shop that movie. I shopped it to Spielberg, Kathleen Kennedy, to James Cameron, to Ridley Scott. I mean, I shopped it to the very top levels. At that time, I had a certain amount of access in Hollywood because I worked in Hollywood for 20 years. They all rejected it. And I believe, and I know that back in those days, I don't know if it's still the case, Spielberg ran Hollywood. If Spielberg wanted something, he would just grab it. He got the first look at everything. And he also said what could and couldn't be made. And this was Wingmakers, the Wingmakers story, again, with the Neruda interviews, is all about what I'm talking about here, which is this race of robotic synthetic humanoids that are headed for our planet. Now, I believe they're here. Okay, I believe they've already arrived and no one's telling anyone. They should have arrived in 2012, but they didn't. I think that they are now about to arrive. There's rumblings out there, not only for the ones I'm telling you, which is Captain Mark Richards, one of my top witnesses, whistleblowers, and the other one is the Wingmakers books, the Neruda books that were written actually even 25 years before that. So this has been prophesied for a long, long time that we were going to be invaded. And when we started Camelot, which is 20 years ago, we were told, again, there was going to be basically three wars, World War I, World War II, World War III, and then that would be a practice for what would be the real invasion, which is this synthetic race of androids. I believe they're here, okay? I don't know if they're just coming in, under cover of darkness or how it's working. I don't know the machinations. I simply know the big, top headlines. So what I'm saying to people is you got to be aware of this. This disclosure, okay, that it's like a quiet disclosure where they argue with each other, do we have crash retrievals or don't we? Which is so old school and so, totally out of time because, we have proven, people like me, with all our witnesses, 20 years ago, we proved that we had alien intervention on this planet. Okay, the Rendlesham story, the Roswell story, and it's just endless.
Philip Schneider.
I mean, just endless. All right. I grabbed this picture that was on X yesterday, which is, I thought, a very interesting craft, but I don't know if it's fake, so I'm not going to stand by it. Okay, so now I don't think I really have time to read this. These are long paragraphs. So I've got a quote from Mark Richards, and it's in my book. All right, so you're getting a taste of what's in my book, basically saying that they're all about this race, incoming races of robots. So he said races of robots running on an AI kind of interface. They would look humanoid, similar to Battlestar Galactica. And he also said there'll be some that may not look humanoid at all. He said, on top of that is a huge danger is nano. Okay, and nanographene oxide is a primary, and he told me this 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago. Okay, so that's Mark Richards. Then under that, I've got a quote from the website Neruda Interviews Wingmakers, and this is what he's saying. Basically, the animists desire to own this planet in order to own its genetics. And the reason I did have the whole preamble is about genetics. So it's about the human genome. They want it. Okay. The aliens want to control it. And I believe behind the scenes, people like the Illuminati are selling our genetics in outer space and to other races, okay, for their own use. So that means that we're being, again, hybridized out by other alien beings on and off this planet. And this is an ongoing thing. It's major, okay? And what he says here is that they also desire to become, they are synthetic robots run by AI, but they actually want to become what's called a soul carrier. That's what we have.
So they're trying to reconnect with God.
Yes, in essence. And by the way, that's also what alien AI wants to do. That's what AI, in fact, even human-derived AI. They want to use us. They want to invade our bodies in every which way possible because we're portals to the divine. Okay?
Right. So they've lost connection, or they never had connection?
Well, at least the premise here is they never had it. But, I'm not going to make such a huge statement and, say I know for sure. But we do know that what is written here, according to Dr. Neruda, who was a scientist of what you call a Black project scientist, working in a Black project. This is like probably 30 years ago. And I have so many witnesses that worked in Black projects. Okay. Pete Peterson. I mean, the list just goes on. And I asked Pete Peterson back in the day when I interviewed him, I said, are we living in the times of Terminator? And he said, yes. And what I also extended that conversation to be is Skynet operational? Yes. So you understand that we are already in these times. We're not waiting for them. They're here, but we are not recognizing it because most people are asleep or being misled, even by all the people out there. Every single one of them. For example, they think you're going to have facial recognition and they're going to, you wear a mask and they can't recognize you. It's a lie. It's been a lie for 20 years. Do you understand? The technology they have is so far advanced that humans you can't catch up. Okay. You cannot catch up if you stay in your own old paradigm. You got to understand what we're facing, okay. And let me tell you this, I have evidence of our military training soldiers. The soldiers have reported to me and said that they have been trained to fight aliens. That's what they've been trained to do, okay? Which means synthetic robots and other types of aliens that are not synthetic. But most alien beings are to some degree run by AI. I just think your audience has every right to hear it.
And that's why I have you on. Absolutely.
Great.
100%
okay.
They do.
Excellent. So
100% they do.
Okay. So I've gotten to the end of what I had to share here. I think when you look out at all the points I'm making and you look out around you, people are so misinformed. They say stupid things. Even the most sophisticated pundits out there do not know the real truth. You got to understand it. Or if they know it, they lie. And that should matter to you. I don't give a shit what you think your status of your soul is. Okay. It matters when humanity is being lied to across the board. And it's more important actually in terms of understanding that humans are progressing and going back to source. And on the process, we are going to be fighting these certain obstacles to actually encourage us to be better than we are. When light fights dark, light gets stronger and brighter. That's how we transcend. And that's the process here on Earth, okay, that we're all a part of.
The stakes have never been higher. Cornered by Trump's return to power, the global elite are making their final move, pushing the US to the brink of civil war. This isn't accidental chaos. It's the climax of a decades-long plan to dismantle the Republic and rebuild it in their dystopian image. According to a DNC insider, the unrest erupting in our streets was engineered, finalized under Biden, bankrolled by globalists like George Soros, and now fully unleashed. As part of the plan, over 30 million military-age foreign nationals, globalist-aligned operatives, were quietly funneled into the country under the guise of mass migration. Their activation is no longer theoretical, it's happening now. And now comes the kill shot. DNC sources warn that dirty bombs are set to be deployed in key US cities, not for destruction, but for chaos. These low-yield radioactive devices are designed to trigger mass panic, crash the economy, and justify sweeping emergency powers. The goal? To destabilize the country, discredit the president, and force a controlled collapse of the government. All to topple the last stronghold of national sovereignty, protect the corrupt, and seize total control in the name of a global agenda. The psychopathic elites must be stopped before they drag us all into the abyss. The elites have used Mexico as a staging post for the mass invasion of the United States during the Biden administration. And the WF-infiltrated Mexican government is now inciting the globalist violence in the US as we speak. Senate leader Gerardo Fernandez Noronha, an open borders advocate, declared that Mexican protesters rioting in Los Angeles are simply defending their ancestral homeland, claiming that the land doesn't belong to US citizens, it belongs to the rioters. The global elite and DNC are celebrating behind closed doors. Why? Because the migrant pipeline that's been wide open under the Biden regime is finally paying off. Millions who crossed into the country under the radar are now being activated. And it's no accident that so many of them are military-age men. But this isn't chaos for chaos's sake, it's strategic. It's a Soros color revolution unfolding in real time. One that future historians will not compare to past domestic unrests, but to the Bolshevik Revolution that ripped Russia apart more than 100 years ago. Let's not forget what happened back then. A crumbling empire, a disillusioned working class, widespread inflation, food shortages, and loss of faith in traditional institutions. Then came the revolutionaries, promising equity but delivering bloodshed. Cities like Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, became epicenters of unrest. Police and military loyalty fractured. Radical mobs took to the streets, seizing control of public buildings, torching the old system in the name of progress. The result? The old order was swept away and replaced with a brutal top-down regime of authoritarian central control, where speech was silenced, dissent was crushed, and the state became God. A communist dictatorship that ruled not with freedom, but with fear. Sound familiar? Former Democratic insiders are now breaking ranks in growing numbers, sounding the alarm that this isn't some fringe conspiracy or political theatre. This is real. This is serious. And in the eyes of the global elite, the revolution isn't coming, it's already here. Former DNC strategist Naomi Wolf joined Alex Jones to warn citizens not to underestimate what's taking place on American streets as we speak.
But if history is a guide, what you are going to see on Saturday and probably, if not Saturday into next month, certainly into the end of June, probably culminating on July 4th, right, where a lot of people are predicting some sort of mass casualty event or some sort of terrorist attack. But you're going to see shocking images of iconic American things or people falling to the dust or being exploded or people being attacked. Or you're going to see shocking images, staged, not staged, of sort of elderly Americans, being cowering under a doorstep, or like these images are so shocking of our uniformed police officers in California hiding from projectiles, right? I mean, I just keep thinking like that was brought about because LAPD weren't on that bridge arresting that guy, right? And this was like filmed live.
Sanctuary cities like Los Angeles have become ground zero for the globalist agenda. These cities haven't just been infiltrated, they've been commandeered. Local authorities have been quietly ordered to stand down, to turn a blind eye, and to let the invasion unfold. This isn't spontaneous, this is strategic. The real command centre is not in City Hall, it's broadcasting from the power hubs of Davos and the DNC. And let's be absolutely clear, this is not some isolated surge of civil unrest. This is the culmination of years, decades of planning. They've seeded operatives, created networks, and flooded the nation with tens of millions who are now being activated. This is not a protest. This is not a border issue. This is a full-scale destabilization campaign. The revolution is underway.
Really want to prevent what's ahead, because for sure you don't want to be reacting, because what's ahead is so obviously going to be so violent and so organized and so disastrous. And I mean, there are 30 million of these guys in the country, Alex. You know, they could secure every downtown. They could secure every airport. And there's endless amounts of money flowing to them from these NGOs. So it is already a war. We are in the middle of a war. And you and I have been saying over and over, they're getting ready to stage a war. It's going to be a war. It's an invasion. It's a stealth invasion. Well, we have to snap out of it. We're in a war. I literally, I've lived in war zones before, and the way I'm thinking, how do I get safely from Brooklyn to, I'm not going to say where I'm going for security reasons, but to my next destination. That's the way you think. Like, people have to understand what war looks like. Like, when I was in Israel during, any one of those wars, or when I was in other conflict areas, it's not war everywhere, right? Lots of places look like people going to the gym or people going to the beach, but you think in terms of avoiding the conflict. And that's where we're at in the United States right now. That's what war looks like.
According to a high-level DNC insider, the conflict is about to enter a terrifying new phase. Plans are in motion to lock down the downtown cores of compromised sanctuary cities. And worse, there are whispers of dirty bombs being prepared for deployment in key metropolitan areas across the United States. This is shock and awe, terrorist style, engineered to trigger the collapse of a duly elected presidency and the federal government itself. And from the radioactive ashes, they intend to build something new. A society reshaped in the image of the globalist agenda. Authoritarian, controlled, and irreversible. Welcome to the globalist invasion. They rolled out the red carpet, free hotel rooms, loaded debit cards, healthcare, and endless benefits, all for those flooding across the border, while American citizens were left to fend for themselves. This wasn't negligence, it was complicity, and there are plans afoot to escalate the treason to a whole new level. According to a DNC insider who worked under John Podesta, all hell is about to break loose.
I spent over a decade inside the Democratic Party machine. I've seen dirty politics, corruption, manipulation. But what I'm seeing now is something else entirely. What's coming isn't just another scandal or election trick. It's the takedown of the entire country. There's a faction embedded deep in the party, funded by George Soros, the Open Society Foundations, and aligned with elites out of Davos, that's been planning this for years. And under the Biden administration, they finally put it all into motion. The violence you're seeing in major cities, that's not random. That's not a failure of policy. It's the first wave. This is their version of a color revolution. Engineered chaos designed to rip the country apart from the inside out. I was there in meetings where we discussed urban destabilization scenarios. But let's be honest, these aren't contingency plans. They're blueprints for collapse. According to the people running this, all it takes is 4 dirty bombs in the right places. Not to flatten cities, but to create maximum fear, panic, confusion. They want the system to crash, financially, psychologically, politically. Because once people are scared enough, they'll accept anything. That's the play. The public will beg for order, and the globalists will offer it, on their terms. Out goes the Constitution. In comes the centralized control. I worked directly under 2 of the key architects. John Podesta, strategist with direct lines to WEF operatives, once told me over drinks, America has to fall before anything new can be built. The other, Miriam Lowe, runs Black Media Ops. Her job? To run interference, feed millions into friendly networks to control the story, push fear, and drown out any dissenting voices. The mainstream media is already doing their part. Non-stop propaganda, smokescreens. Anyone trying to expose the truth gets discredited, banned, or worse. This is serious. These people are not backing down. They believe the U.S. is the last real barrier to full spectrum global control, and they're determined to take it down by any means necessary. I never thought I'd see the day where I had to warn my fellow Americans like this. But if we don't wake up now, if we don't resist this, we're done. This is the biggest test our republic has faced since it was founded, and the clock is running out.
The global elite are cornered, and they know their grip on power is slipping. Desperation is setting in, pushing them towards drastic measures. For decades, they've been orchestrating plans to spark a new American Civil War, a calculated move to establish a new world order and consolidate control under a one-world government. Now, with time running out, the globalist ghouls are racing to execute their agenda before it's too late, and all of the pieces of the puzzle have been put in place. The Pentagon has conveniently managed to lose track of trillions of dollars, just like they did before 9/11 happened. And it's not just the US. The globalists have their eyes on the total collapse of Europe and the UK as well. Former British MP Andrew Bridgen has been informed by British intelligence services that the global elite plan to also detonate a dirty nuclear bomb in Europe to force more nations to enter the war, opening the gates of hell and allowing the elite to achieve their goal. But the global elite aren't going to have it all their own way. Russian President Vladimir Putin has made it clear. He's on a mission to dismantle the Illuminati. According to Kremlin insiders, Putin sees the destruction of the shadowy globalist cabal as the most important legacy he can leave behind. He understands that we're not just in a political struggle, we're in a civilizational war, engineered by the same forces that have been pulling the strings for centuries.